Without a shadow of a doubt, y'all been waiting. It's time. I want to welcome you to your election night coverage of the war zone. Man, I got my man in the building, Donovan Sadiq. I got the queen, Demetra K, and our political expert, Damian Thaddeus Jones. And I am the 5-star general. Y'all might want to get a seatbelt for this one. You might want to share this here because we're going hard in the paint tonight. Turn CNN off. Turn ABC off because the crookedest election show in history is about to go down. I got my bush ready. I'm smoking my cigarette. And my mouth is ready to get fly. Y'all buckle up, man. It's going down. Say, man, I want to welcome you to a special edition of the War Zone. We're going to go hard in the paint tonight. It's our election night coverage. And for those that don't know what that means we get to talk cash money for a long time tonight. And we're going to keep up with this election across the country. My man Donovan going to look at a lot of different races from California, from Kentucky. We need to see what the gangster Mitch O'Connell is doing. And, of course, the big one, Trump and Biden. We're going to be all over it all night. Ain't no news today except for the election. That's what it is. The Trumpsters out. They out in full force, man, all day long. I ain't got nothing but love for them. Support who you want. Do it the way you choose to do it. But tonight, a whole bunch of you politicians gonna have to poop or get off the pot. That's all it boils down to. Demetra, what's going down, mama?
Well, so hello, everybody. I'm happy. Election night. I don't know if that's the salutation you give for tonight or good luck. I don't know. So anyways, you guys know it is election night. Although I don't know if we'll see a winner tonight, a clear-cut winner, but, it remains to be seen. So hang in there with us as we stay here with you guys for a couple of hours. We have, as Gary said, our resident experts, Donovan and Mr. Damian Jones. They're going to, do some of the heavy lifting, the technical stuff, because that's their lane, right? And like I said earlier, Gary and I are just ornaments. We're hanging out. We're just here taking up spaces. So anyway, Damian, what say you?
Can y'all hear me?
You good?
Perfect. Hey, I'm as always, I'm so happy to be with my family, the Warzone podcast, the crunkest election show in history tonight. Listen, this is black media giving you national and local news from a black perspective. You won't get that anywhere. So you can have CNN on in the corner and kind of look at some of those results as they come in, but you want to get the commentary that's going to be real, that's going to be raw, that's going to be unadulterated tonight, and we're going to get this all night. And so I'm happy to be here with y'all, excited as these returns are coming in. We've done so much work over several months to help keep people informed, and so tonight is the beginning of that culmination, because we know that this won't be a one-night process. These returns, Pennsylvania they got 3 million mail ballots to count, so that's going to take several days, and so this is going to be a several-day process. And I know Damian Jones podcast, Warzone podcast are going to keep you all informed, and so I'm excited about what we're about to do tonight.
Get out of here.
I tell you what, man. The people, the one thing I appreciate is the research that people did. I was sitting out at the polls today, and I was proud of people who came to the polls and said, man, I did the research. I saw some things that didn't look right to me on certain races. And I'm like, I'm proud of you. I don't want to know who you voted for. I just need to know that you went through the process the way that you needed to go through the process. And that made me feel really, really good. And I'm talking about older people. I had a great conversation with an older guy. I got to see one of my schoolmates' fathers, who's 91 years old, said he wasn't voting by me. She had to take him to the polls with his walker. He said, I've been voting inside the booth all my life, and I'm not finna switch it up now. And if you watched all day, a lot of people could not vote in Harris County because those mail ballots came in the mail today, and they went to the polls telling them they never got them, and they wouldn't let them vote, man. So, where's the suppression in that? I think a lot of those people who wanted to vote Democrat, I mean, bottom line, we got to get some things together, especially for the next election. But right now, it's going down. Donovan, what we looking like, man? Talk to us on some key races.
Well, here we go. Right now, President Trump is leading 29 to 16 in electoral college votes. And right now, he's leading in Texas, Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina, I'm sorry, North Carolina, Kentucky, of course, and West Virginia. Right now, he's up 29 to 16. We haven't got to the West Coast yet. That's going to be coming. But I want to say again, this is going to be a very, very pivotal election again. So make sure you voted, no matter how you voted. We would hope that you would get something for your vote. But I want to bring something up that I saw President Obama say, I think it was Thursday. And he said electing a president is not enough. What he was saying basically was, hey, there's only certain things that I can do. He said some of the things that we have to do as a people is your local elections, your judges, your city council, your mayor. Now, this is President Obama saying this during a rally for Joe Biden. But basically, what did he say? He was talking about down balloting. That's what he was talking about. And that's what we've been telling you guys for months now. And here it is. We're at the pivotal section where some people's lives are going to change. But fundamentally, in my opinion, much is going to change. Again, this guy gets in day one, LGBTQ, DACA, and Dreamers. And we're going to be like orphans sitting there at the Christmas tree on Christmas Day saying, well, what about our gifts? Oh, we forgot to get a gift for the orphan. Even the Lakers get a championship ring for helping to bring a championship. Dodgers, whatever it is. What do we get? We'll see.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. You named the states. It kind of reminds me of 4 years ago when you started naming those states. I call them the slave states. And I'm being honest with you. That's what I called them 4 years ago. That's what I'm calling them tonight. If the man can pull it off in the slave states, the game is over. Mm-hmm. If he wins Texas, the game is over. Mm-hmm. I don't see Biden and Harris winning California. I don't see it happening. But I'm telling you, just to know that he's won those states, it's starting just like it did 4 years ago. What you think, Damon?
Well, first of all, let me correct you. Biden and Harris will win California easily with their eyes closed. That's no question. They're going to get that. Okay, that's just a liberal stronghold, a very democratic stronghold. But as you mentioned, those southern states, if they hold strong, if Georgia holds strong where it should be, South Carolina, if it holds strong where it should be, we know where Mississippi is going to go. Right, we know what Alabama is going to do. Going to be very, very red. Louisiana going to be very, very red. If those states, because here's what the thing is, just like in Texas, Democrats control the large urban areas, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, but Texas has 254 counties, and so it's those smaller counties that add up red, that make the margin. So for Donald Trump, it looks like Florida is going to be a very close call. It's going to be very shaky, but we know he did a lot of work in Miami in the Miami-Dade County to offset those large gains that Hillary Clinton made. I think she got about 64%. But what I saw a moment ago, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Donovan, is that Trump has closed that margin with Cubans, with African Americans, closing that margin. And so Biden will take Miami-Dade County, but it's about the gap. If it's within 10 percentage points, that's not a good sign for the Biden campaign. And once those states on the left side in the panhandle begin to come in, which are heavily red, that may give Donald Trump more icing on the cake in Florida and put it away. But if those southern states hold strong, as you mentioned, Monroe, Donald Trump could be in the driver's seat. He's already taken Indiana. He's already taken West Virginia as well. And I think what was that other state? Kind of in the Midwest. I think he also took Kentucky. I think it was. Okay. So right now, President Trump is in the catbird seat, but we still got to look and see what Michigan will do, what Ohio will do. what Illinois will do as well, and Wisconsin, that will kind of make a huge difference and let us know which way this thing is going.
Well, you being nice because I know you got to be politically correct, and you call them the southern states. I call them slave states. That's what it is. And you know, I saw the game today. The last 2 or 3 days, I saw the game. See, a lot of people want to support Trump, but they don't want to do it openly. So, you know, these Trump trains and all this stuff that's been going on, these people know if I come out on election day and do what I do, they might not see me. Y'all thought these people were not gonna show up at the polls? And I'm going around Houston today, and I'm like, where the crowd at? Where the crowd at a lot of these polls, man? And
let me say this.
Thing I can say is maybe they voted early.
Yeah, listen, I was 8:30. I went to Sunnyside, I went to Northeast, I went to Acres Homes, I went to one other, I think it was Cashmere, and I didn't see a line at all from 8 o'clock to about 4 o'clock. I didn't see a line. It was about 4 or 5 people in there, and these are in African American places. So my mind began to wonder, one, did they use the 3-week period to go ahead and get their voting out of the way in a safe and easy way? Or are Black folks in these areas saying, screw it all, I'm not voting? Oh, I saw one young lady. It was beautiful on both sides of the spectrum, folks. At Sunnyside this morning, I escorted this Black family in, a 60-year-old woman who had never voted before in her life. And she was going to vote. I think she told me she had been on papers for many years or what have you, and she's finally exercising that right. She was asking for the first time, what do I do? Who do I talk to? I thought you couldn't talk. And so I explained it to her and made her feel a little better about the process. But that was great. But then I was over at Northeast, and a young lady drove up to the polling place, which also served as like a daycare, I think it was. And we asked her, hey, are you coming to vote? She said, no, I'm not voting. I'm coming to pick up my baby. We said, cool, but did you vote yet? She said, I don't vote. I don't do that. I'm good. Right. And she was about 25, 27. And then she just drove away to get her kid. Right. Not shaming her for not wanting to vote, because there are a lot of reasons why people with Black folk would sit at home and not exercise their right. And we understand those frustrations. It is beautiful to see. But I'm wondering, are Black people sitting home today? And maybe they got out of the way, but are they sitting home and just apathetic about the process? Or did people vote early? I don't know. We'll see.
Absolutely. I don't know, Jerry, if you want to share this right now. I got an update. We have, you see that screen right now. Biden's leading 85 to 55 in electoral college numbers. But again, a lot of these races are super close. The national popular vote is almost 50-50, with Donald Trump having 50% and Joe Biden having 48.49 of reporting precincts. And again, Kansas just opened up. Joe Biden is in the lead there. Joe Biden's in the lead in Illinois. So as this thing is starting to come west, everything is starting to open up, and we're starting to see a red wave versus the blue wave. I guess the more it goes west, it's going to be more blue. But I'll tell you what, Arizona, if Trump cannot hold Arizona, we're going to go down to the wire, I believe, 50-50.
Right.
I think
I'm just looking at that map. Yeah, I'm just looking at that map. And, no, listen, Arizona is extremely important. You know, here's the thing about Arizona. We don't know if the language that Trump has had about immigration and building the wall, we don't know if that will resonate. We don't know if that will turn off Hispanic voters in Arizona, or maybe they've done enough work there in Arizona to kind of move out of the way of that and still bring, because we've seen President Trump somehow make gains and have respect and adoration from Hispanic communities in despite of his rhetoric we've seen about the wall throughout his tenure. So that's going to be interesting to watch. But if he can take Arizona, and we know there's a tough Senate race there with Mark Kelly and another young lady, can't think of her name, But if he can hold Arizona, maybe that spills over into a New Mexico. Maybe it goes up to a Nevada. But whoever takes those states, Nevada, Arizona, gives themselves a very huge edge. As you mentioned, Donovan, as we're coming west, we're seeing things kind of open up a little bit more. But when you tell us what the Midwest is looking like when you get an opportunity.
I'm trying to get us some updates out of Texas on some of these state races and especially Harris County to see where we at. I'm gonna call an upset, man. I don't know what it is about it, but it's been on my heart. I think that DA race in Harris County is gonna be tight. I think it's gonna be super tight because I mean it's just what I see. So I'm trying to see some numbers that may have come in from Texas. Nothing so far.
I just put the Harris County numbers in the chat. Let me put it in our chat too, so we can see it. So you can pull up those Harris County numbers on Monroe.
Hey, I got a question when it comes to Harris County because it made big news on MSNBC and CNN in regards to those votes that were allowed. And, I guess Trump is going to go and I guess they challenged it and, and the challenge was put down. But, how do you guys feel in regards to those votes that they're trying to negate?
Well, you're talking about the curbside vote, 127,000 votes that were in question. Republicans decided to put a lawsuit forward and say drive-through voting, driving into some type of in a non-structured picture to kind of vote mobily. Republicans were saying it's not a safe way to vote. How do we protect it from voter irregularities and issues, right? But the judge said that it can be allowed. It's okay. They would not throw those votes out. But here's the crazy part that kind of happened. The judge ruled in the favor of Democrats and County Clerk Chris Hollins. But Chris Hollins on election day closed 9 out of 10 drive-through voting locations. They only left one, which is the Toyota Center, which is funny. Why would he do that? Because in the judge's ruling, on in allowing the 127,000 votes, he said that going forward, all structures where there's drive-through voting, it has to be a structured building with 4 walls, not a tent. So Toyota Center is an actual building with walls, and so Clerk Hollins closed those 9 places in order to be compliant with what the judge's ruling would be, to not jeopardize millions of votes that would come in today and have them thrown out as well. So it was very, very, very tricky that particularly happened. But hey, I'm glad the judge didn't throw those votes out because it would have created more election questions, more unrest in the streets, and quite frankly, I think that regardless of who wins tonight, there would be unrest and riots in the streets of America, no matter who wins tonight. And I think we all can agree upon that. But so I'm glad the judge didn't throw those votes out, and I'm glad Clerk Hollins protected those votes today. And hey, people are going to the grocery store, people are going to church, people are going everywhere now. So you can go stand in the line for 30, 40, 45 minutes and cast your vote. I think it's kind of lazy to drive and vote, but hey, but those are my thoughts. Very interesting ruling and case here in Harris County.
Well,
another question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, another question for Demetra. When I went up to ROV and there was a lot of people coming out to vote. Now you see all these people voting now. I mean, in record numbers and stuff. Demetra, in your opinion, do you think in the next election cycle we're going to see these same numbers in the next election cycle?
Me personally, no, I don't. Unless well, if Donald Trump gets elected, he can't run again. So, I guess for a lot of people, the nightmare will be over. God forbid he wins. And depending on the job that Joe Biden does, if he does a horrible job like Trump is doing, then yeah, you might see those numbers again. But I don't know. A lot of people say, and I tend to agree, I don't think we've been in this position, as far as the president is concerned in America before. We have a dictator or a wannabe dictator who has, done a lot of things, made a lot of noise.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, for me personally, I think it's a referendum on the Trump administration, but I guess it'll remain to be seen if he wins. I mean, it's pretty close. A lot of people were hoping, and it needed to be a blowout, right? It needed to be a blowout either way, because Trump said earlier, I don't have a concession speech. That ain't even, so we know either way, if he loses, he's not going to concede tonight. He's got his lawyers geared up. And so, will we see those numbers again? I just think it depends. But if Trump wins, this is his last, term. So I personally don't think so.
Well, in the state of Texas, Damien gave me the link. In the state of Texas, Donald Trump has 42.73% of the vote, and Joe Biden has 56.09% of the vote. So
in Texas,
in the state of Texas.
Well, that link I sent you is for Harris County.
Oh, that's for Harris County. Okay,
so in Harris County, I'm gonna find Texas and I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Okay. Well, in Harris County, Biden is actually leading him by 14 percentage points. The upset of the night might happen. One of these upsets, MJ Hager, 52%. John Carney, 44%.
Now, don't be too alarmed by that, brother.
No, I'm not.
No. Yeah, Harris County is always been trending blue for the last several years. So that's no alarming thing that she's winning at that percentage in Harris County, which she probably will win Harris County. She beat Royce West in Harris County as well. And again, as we move out to those other 200 small red counties in Texas, 200 or more, it adds up. And she particularly did well in those states in the primary, in the runoff. And I suspect that and Cornyn will sweep in and finish it off by at least 5 to 10 percentage points.
Now, in the race with Al Green versus Johnny Teague and Jose Sosa, Al Green 75% of the vote in Harris County, and Johnny Teague 22%.
Let me say this really quick. Where'd it go? Tara, I think that's how you say it. Tara. So she says, we've been seeing these same numbers for 3 even year election cycles now. So she's right. But I guess we're really speaking to the early turnout. That is, record breaking. So I think that's really what Donovan was asking. Would we see those numbers again, as far as almost 100 million people voting early before election day? So I think that's what he was referring to, and that's what I was answering. Just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, because it would be a damn shame that all of a sudden, because of this so-called exponential threat to the United States, and I've been saying this on my show a lot, the most pivotal election of your life again, we save the country, and then we just go back to what we were doing before. You know what I mean? I mean, if you're awake now, you should be awake for the rest of your political life and, get something for your vote and be more active in politics, because like Damien knows, if we're not vigilant, then corruption and all kinds of crap will continue to happen again. So,
hey, can I say this really quick? I'm looking at, I'm watching, I'm talking with us, but I'm also looking at CNN, and with 90% of the vote in Florida, Donald Trump is up by at least 2 percentage points right now. I think they both were creeping somewhere around 3 million votes right now. Like Florida, I think 29 electoral votes will make a huge difference as somebody begins to make a trend upward, and then you kind of pick up some smaller states in there. But Florida is looking, and here's the crazy part. Jacksonville was red in 2016 with Trump, and my wife is from Jacksonville, and I know how they are, but they went red there. I think they would be blue tonight. Which is tricky with how Florida is trending. I think this race may be decided in Florida by less than 1 million votes, a couple 100,000 votes, and so let's keep our eye on Florida for sure.
In Harris County, and this is one of my people. I rocked with him for Justice Supreme Court Place 7. Stacey Williams 53% of the vote. Jeff Boyd 44% of the vote. William Byron Strain only 1.82% of the vote. So Stacey's actually doing really well in Harris County so far. What you think, Damon?
Let me update people. So the electoral count right now, and I don't know what the states are right now, but Trump is up 37 to Biden's 30. Okay, so the electoral count, we got to get this is a race to 270 electoral votes, and it's going to come in a gradual pace. But Trump is up 37 right now to Biden's 30. But your question about Stacey Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, there I love Judge Stacey Williams. It is, we and all of us been talking about this for months about the beautiful part of being black and making sure we are supporting one another and embracing one another and our brotherhood and our sisterhood and getting behind people, whether they're Democrat or Republican, if they are a black person of character and a tall stature and has done the work. And Judge Stacey Williams is embodies that to a T, running for Supreme Court. Why not in the state of Texas, where we have the most African Americans of any state? And we've seen from the early turnout numbers that black folks in Texas have surpassed their 2016 numbers in terms of turnout. So we don't want to hear the conversation black folks ain't voting. But Judge Stacey Williams vying to be on the Supreme Court, we need more diversity in how we look at our state cases. I mean, you see all the lawsuits that are going to be on the way after this election, the lawsuits that they've had to see, and it always tilts one particular way. But why not bring more perspective of diversity to the top court in the state of Texas? And so I'm glad that she's taking Harris County again, but let's see if she makes a stronger appeal in those smaller counties across the state that particularly go red. But we'll keep our eye on that as well.
Well, here in California, I just got an update in regards to Orange County. Orange County was a bastion for Republicanism in California. It's one of the few Republican areas that is still existing. And the last election cycle, it was an upset with the current Democratic incumbent. It seems like that might be going red. The election is a little closer than they wanted to. So Orange County might return to Republican control. And Duncan Hunter, the Republican person that was sent to jail for whatever down in the Temecula area, and I think it's the 44th, 47th district, the Republican challenger there seems to be going to be entrenched in that process there. But everything else is Democratic. So it's just funny that as bad as this president is supposed to be and this Republican Party is supposed to be, they are entrenched in possibly remaining in power. And that's what's kind of funny to me, looking at it as a political pundit. If this thing is so bad and all of these people have come out in record numbers and these people are still holding ground, that says a lot. It says a lot about our political system.
Now, the one race I'm watching in Harris County is for the DA office, district attorney. And with the absentee and early voting coming in first, Huffman is down 46% to 53. This is what I told somebody last night. Kim gonna have to beat her. She gonna have to beat her. You ain't gonna just dog walk. It ain't gonna happen. But I think that Huffman's ground game may be able to put her back, get them 7 percentage points back, and be able to put her where she needs to be. I am actually checking more races.
Yeah, I'm trying to find these Texas numbers. I think the website has crashed on the Secretary of State's website, man, because I can't get it to refresh here. I guess so many people are dying to see these results and see what's happening. Let me know. Let us know in the comments if y'all see some of these websites crashing, because everybody's trying to get the results all at one time.
Wait a minute. You don't think that they were just going to run an honest race and have you know the real information? No, the fix is in.
Oh man.
So earlier somebody was asking me, what does it really mean if Trump wins again, right? Regardless of how he wins, the bots, the Martians, the Russians, whoever, regardless of how he wins, because that all that is going to be involved and all of that. But I said, if he wins, to me, it says that white supremacy, and it wasn't just white people, admittedly it was a little bit of everybody else, but predominantly white supremacy was not going to let go. In a lot of cases, they see this as their last stance. I mean, look what has been going on in the last couple of days. Just outright voter intimidation. Like they rolling up to the polls deep in, trucks and Trump flags and, just really doing the most. And so if Trump wins again, what, I hate to say this. I told this person, I said, I honestly think, and this is a little bit on the morbid side, I think suicides are going to be up. Because I think a lot of people, aren't going to be able to cope with another Trump presidency. And I'm talking about this vote blue, no matter who crowd. And
but you know what, Demetri, you make a good point. But it's not that serious. It's really not that serious. Listen, we love this. I live and breathe politics, right? But I'm not killing myself over this stuff. It's not that serious. At the end of the day, we just need to figure out as a country, regardless of what our partisan divide is, to figure out how we attack COVID and get rid of COVID. And we can get this country back to a stable place. And that's not you can't blame that on one person, right? Because Donald Trump didn't bring COVID-19 into this country. So we can't blame that on him. So whoever is the leader wants to figure that out. But it's not that serious to be killing yourself and falling out crying and all that kind of stuff. Hey, if your preferred candidate didn't win, roll your sleeves up and get to work for the next 4 years. It's a perpetual case of working, strategizing. I'm sick of people crying. I'm sick of people getting pumped by other groups that come up and show up in mass. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And so I want to see get to where I told people in 2016, I was working at a white nonprofit at the time, and Trump won. And the next day we had a big conference meeting, and white folks are all in the conference room, falling out, crying. They come in my office crying. I'm like, I'm trying to get my work done. I'm not crying because Black folks know what despair is like. Black folks know what poverty is like. Black folks know what it's like not to get our way for hundreds of years. Black folks know what it's like to feel locked out and powerless in silence in so many ways, right? And so, I want to see people that's going to get to work, and no matter what happens in this election, your preferred candidate didn't win locally, nationally, stop whining, stop crying, stop blaming people. It's always something you could have done more. You could have knocked on more doors, right? You could have texted more people. You could have made more phone calls. You could have been more active on social media, right? You could have raised more money. There's something that your team could have done to win this race and to take more responsibility as to how victorious you will be. And so, yeah, if Trump wins again, this is another point I wanted to make. If he wins again, I hear you on that point that the folks want to hold on to white supremacy. Absolutely, right? Because power will not concede itself. But if Trump wins again, this is a clear indictment on the Democratic Party, my friends. A clear indictment on the Democratic Party to say 2 presidential cycles in a row, you chose a candidate that was beleaguered with baggage, beleaguered with behaviors pointed toward racism throughout their career, beleaguered with flawed candidates that have a lot of apologies under their belt as it relates to poor and working people and Black people, brown people. 2 horrible candidates, but you talk about diversity. You talk about wanting to turn the corner and be more progressive. You don't give a proper platform to your most popular young progressive in AOC on the largest stage, right? You don't have real conversations with Black men, which is the Achilles heel of your preferred candidate. So this is a direct indictment that Democrats need to stop crying, stop whining, straighten their backs up, and figure out the game of really strategizing. Change your messaging from the morality and the emotional pleas, but more of a tactical outlook, a tactical plan to win back these state legislators, to win back the White House if that's the case, to win back our city halls and so forth, right? Come with a real strategy, because the we shall overcoming, the moral and the emotional pleas, right? The finger pointing and the blaming is not working on a strategy standpoint. And black folks who are 85%, 90% loyal to you are still catching hell across this country. So if Trump wins again, we're talking about a real indictment on the Democratic Party in the ways in which it operates and the ways in which it does not value one of its largest, most loyal voting blocks, the African American community.
But you know what else they were doing? Let's talk about it for a second. I think by them putting up Joe Biden, they were, the Tyra Banks coined this phrase, resting on pretty, in that, Joe Biden was from the Obama years. And if we put up, somebody who was, Obama's right-hand man per se, surely he's going to win. And surely, black people are going to say, okay, well, he was with Obama, because we've heard that. Obama liked him, so he must be all right. I think that was a large part of it too. And like you said, Joe Biden is Hillary Clinton 2.0. They're the same person, essentially. They were involved in a lot of the same things. And so it's like, they might as well have just put, I almost called her Hillary, and I don't even ever call her that, but they might as well have put Hillary up there again. It was just a bad choice for the Democrats. I 100% agree with you.
But to this point though that you just made, the argument is, well, he was with Obama for 8 years. Excuse me. I was telling somebody this the other day. I'm tired of that argument. Joe Biden is the nominee for the Democratic Party because he was elected by Democrats in their primary to represent the party, right? Democrats have no say in who the vice president will be. They don't elect that person. That is left up to the powers that make the decisions within the Democratic National Committee, right? And so we didn't choose Joe Biden. We didn't select Joe Biden. People say, well, why y'all didn't bring all this stuff up when he was with Obama? Because we elected Obama. We will focus on the top of the ticket, Obama. Nobody cares who the vice president is, right? And so we chose Barack Obama. It just so happened he has this guy, Joe Biden, who is taking advantage of the opportunity to get into a place where he's run 3 times before and didn't get close to White House. So teaming up with Barack Obama was not about morality and being a good man. It was about opportunity of a guy who's asked me to be his vice president and nobody else will stand with him. And I'm going to take advantage of that opportunity and do so. And so we chose Barack Obama. And I love Barack Obama. We didn't choose Joe Biden, but he's the nominee tonight. He's hanging strong. I'm looking at 42 electoral votes for Trump and 30 for Biden. Right now, so we're starting to see a little bit of a spread there, Donovan.
Also, people need to talk about the Kamala Harris factor. They threw Kamala in there when they knew, a lot of black people was like, is that so? So they not only forced Joe Biden. Well, I don't say on us because I'm not partisan, but let's say black people. I don't want to be like, They not only forced Joe Biden on us, but they forced Kamala on us as well as black people. So it's like, Donovan, Gary.
What's this?
I was over there looking at the Virginia numbers, and Virginia looks like 58% to 40% for Trump. So,
Virginia?
My man, Virginia, that's what it just looked like to me.
Okay.
As I was looking at the numbers. Okay. If y'all want to, if Donovan, if you can, go get us some live feed so we can spread in here and we can actually look at some of this. Let me see if I can get this up. I don't want to make a mistake, y'all. So just bear with me.
But real quick here now, we're dealing with the pandemic, and Dimitri, let me just get your opinion on this. We're dealing with this pandemic, and no matter who we elect, we are stuck 4 years. We can't get rid of this person. It's like we're just stuck with it, and these two parties just do what they want to do. Wouldn't it be more democratic to have a parliamentary system to where if you have no confidence, you can replace this person and put in somebody that's going to take care of the pandemic, or, a vote of no confidence? Why is it that we have to, we're supposed to be in a democracy, and even though that this person could be totally incompetent, we have to deal with that over 4 years, when in other countries that have a parliamentary system, they can have an immediate vote of no confidence and bring in somebody in there that can really do the job. What do you think about that, Dimitri?
Well, I think they low key tried to do that, get rid of Trump during the impeachment trials and all of that. But we're set up to where I guess Congress could do that, vote to get rid of them some way, somehow, if they really wanted to. But do they really want to, though? That they're all in the same gang. They play along, make the American people think they really have a say so, and we're really doing this for you. But you can't just blame the figurehead, the executive branch. There's a lot of other people that have the power to say yay or nay as far as he is concerned. But even though the House impeached him, the Senate, which he controls, or was like, nah, we good. So there was not really a whole interest in getting rid of him, if you will. So, but yeah, I think we should have it set up that way. But I blame the American people too. We got all upset when he became president during 2016. It was the largest women's march ever, and this, that, and the other. A couple months later, it was like, hey, what y'all having for dinner? People got complacent again. So it's really on us. Look at what they do in other countries. They turn all the way up to get their government to succeed.
Yeah, real quick, they've just projected Trump the winner in West Virginia. I got the live feed up, Gary. I don't know if you can share it.
But, we were in lockdown at the White House for quite a while. He couldn't go to Mar-a-Lago, Bedminster, rallies, foreign travel, nothing. No visits to states. There was nothing. And what were we doing? 7 days a week in that task force. My seat was right behind Doctors Birx and Fauci. Actually, I learned a great deal from both of them. And the president signed into law $1 trillion worth in the CARES Act, PPP to help save these small businesses and save American jobs, PPE, billions of
something else now. Gary, can you take that down?
Ventilators, thankfully, for anybody who needed it. So I've always been urging, go back in time and recognize.
Yeah, she was talking about something else now. But yeah, so I mean,
you got an update from Georgia. Trump 56%, Biden 44.
I've always been urging, go back in time and recognize.
We still got some feedback on there. Damien, were you trying to say something? You're on mute, I think.
I said that was in Georgia. Those numbers in Georgia. Trump is running it up now.
Trump 56, Biden 44.
Okay. Yeah, listen, Georgia is really tricky, because I think it's one of those states that I thought could possibly go blue. Where Atlanta will be. There's a really interesting congressional race there with Angela Stanton King on the Republican side, a wonderful black lady who I think you probably know her from a conversation on the Breakfast Club. She kind of schools Tweedledee and Tweedledem, right? Then with Kim Williams on the Democratic side. Interesting to see what will happen in that race. But Georgia could go blue. Those are the ones that, if it goes blue, you'll know there's some real excitement for Biden, especially in the South, and that could really make a difference for him. But interesting to see that Trump is kind of spreading things out.
Here's my thing. At the end of the day, when this is all over, fundamentally, what's going to change for Black folks? What's going to change for us? I get with people and they say, you got to vote, you got to do these things, but what's going to change? I mean, we have a candidate over here that said he's for the status quo. So what's going to change? We've saved the country. So why should we even care? Right now, we should be watching, I don't know, Netflix or something like that, because fundamentally, nothing, and a lot of people feel this way, nothing's going to change. So, what is your take on that?
I don't really feel anything's going to change. I think, everybody's looking at the national level for change, but your change comes at the local and the state level. And we're really asleep at the wheel when it comes to local and state. Because if we were not, a whole bunch of these people would be removed. They would be removed based on, their record and what they've done in the last 2 to 4 years. So I don't really feel anything is going to change. That's why it doesn't matter to me who wins the presidential election. I'm more concerned with, does Mitch McConnell win? Because if Biden wins and we don't flip those Senate and Congress seats or whatever, O'Connell a gangster, man. Ain't nothing changed with him.
It sounds like he won. From what I saw, I don't know how true it is, but it sounds like Mitch McConnell did win.
Hey, he a gangster.
Well, come on. We knew Mitch McConnell was going to win. Mitch McConnell is, again, the highest guy in the Senate, right? Controlling the United States Senate, controlling pretty much the United States of America, essentially. And so that has been great for the state of Kentucky. We know that is a red state. And so to me, there was no question that Mitch McConnell will return back to the United States Senate, continue to lead the Senate. But I know they're unhappy with him. Well, I guess maybe everybody outside of Kentucky is unhappy with him, because clearly the folks of Kentucky are okay with his leadership.
I'm getting an update from Texas, from Fox News. Joe Biden 50%, Trump 48.6%. But it's looking like them rural counties starting to kick in for Trump, man. Mm-hmm. See, the rural counties, they the key. See, y'all looking at Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, but it's those rural counties when you go through those little country towns and you don't see nothing but them Trump flags. Say the game is won and lost right there, man. So right now, Trump actually it been switched again. Is Biden 49, Trump 48.
In Texas?
Get in, man.
Yeah, take a look at this map.
Yeah, is there y'all got a Texas map to put up?
Did you get that, Monroe? I mean, all the counties are just red. There's only 4 or 5 blue counties in Texas right now.
Well, Tara, you said we're behind. If you have some of the current numbers, could you drop them in the comment section? I'm actually watching CNN now, and so it says that Biden is up. Those are counties, and so it just changed actually. Yeah. So I'm going to say Texas, but it just changed, so I don't know.
Tara, drop a link for what you're looking at. Drop a link to what you have. Y'all got some good links. Drop those in the comments.
Let's see. Man.
I was going to say too, while we're waiting for that, as far as the ground game, let's talk about that a little bit. It is said that the Republicans had a mean ground game this time around because they, you guys probably saw it too, but they were saying as far as polling wise, Republicans were only like 3% concerned about the coronavirus, and it was, a higher number on the Democratic side. Therefore, the Democrats didn't get out as much to knock on doors, opposed to the Republicans that did. And so Gary's thing froze. That's funny. And so, anybody who's been involved in any campaigns, the ground game has to be on point, because that's where you do a lot of face-to-face and able to have conversations at the door and things like that. And so the Democrats heeded the coronavirus and really did a lot of online type of stuff, didn't really get out much. And so a lot of people are saying, if Trump does win or does well, and that's probably one of the major differences is the ground game. What do you guys say about that?
Mm-hmm.
Listen,
absolutely.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In this time of COVID now, I can't speak for Texas itself, because California, a lot of people went to a virtual knocking on doors, using social media. And it really kind of changed the game as if you're a regular person, you wanted to run for city council or office, and you have a strong social media game. We have a candidate out here that proved that you can run a campaign against hundreds of thousands of dollars, but nothing ever beats knocking on somebody's door and doing that. And I guess when you're in states where they don't really give a damn about masks and, you know, they think it's a hoax and all that other stuff, and you're not taking it seriously, you're going to have an advantage on a group that is taking it seriously. So I'm not surprised that the Republican ground game was on point, because they had an advantage because they were willing to go out there and knock on those doors.
So I'm looking at some numbers from the Associated Press as it relates to Texas. And as folks have said in the comments, Tara and others, Joe Biden at 52% with 3.6 million votes, Donald Trump at 47% with 3.3 million votes. And looks like that's counting a good chunk of Houston, Austin, Dallas, those blue places, but it's not accounting for a whole lot of small red counties that are going to come in here. And I think I just suspect that Trump will close this gap really quickly. We know how those red states fill in Texas really quickly. Once all your urban places are filled, those red states start adding up 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 in these states where they run up the score. But right now, Joe Biden at 52, Donald Trump at 40, now at 48% in the state of Texas. Man, I didn't even think it would be this close. This is exciting.
See, but that's been the Democratic Party's problem with their projection and their plan. They go for the urban, major cities, and they think that's all they need to do. If you combine all the suburban areas and the country areas and stuff, they're just as equal as people who live in Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago. I mean, to me, their game plan doesn't make sense. Their outreach doesn't make sense. We talk about the black vote, how they treat the black voter makes no sense, but yet at the same time, they expect to win these elections. Technically, by what Donald Trump has been doing these last 4 years, this should be a blowout. No questions asked, right down the pipe. But this is what happens when you leave certain groups of your electorate behind. Either they don't care, they don't give a damn, and they just say whatever's whatever. And again, I say it on my podcast all the time. Fundamentally, for Black people, what has changed? When 2007 hit, I had to remind people we were in a recession. They didn't even know. Some of my Black brothers and stuff didn't even know, but they're renters. They didn't lose any houses. And I'm not saying all of us. I'm just saying here in California, it didn't affect them at all. They were just like, it's just another day. And even right now, here where I live in California, I've got Black folks that are just like, whatever. I'm still living in an apartment. I'm still going to this $9 an hour warehouse job. I don't have this, I don't have that, but I'm in a predominantly super majority Democratic state. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and so as far as I think it was you, Damien, that said that you visited quite a few polls and ran into a few Black people, and they're like, I'm gonna go home and have a V8. It doesn't matter to me, or I'm not interested in voting. And I think a lot of people are they are apathetic to some degree, and then I think some people, especially Black people, are like, well, what difference does it make really? How has my life changed? Whether I voted or not. I think a lot of people, especially, have started to come into a lot of conscious thought, especially Black people, especially with this election. There's been a lot of Black media that's brought awareness to what is really going on. Like, what are you really getting? That question has been posed to people, especially Black people, and a lot of Black people have been forced to think about it. Like, wow, what have I? And then, like you said, the lady was young. A lot of young people were just put off. They might have voted for Bernie Sanders or Andrew Yang, but it's like none of these old cooters, they ain't talking about nothing. My daughter will be 28, but they're not talking about anything to change her life. She's like, I'm not even thinking about having kids, let alone, trying to get married, because at the rate everything's going, I'm not going to be able to go out and, really just do it big. Like I want to. She has a degree in everything. So, neither of these candidates were even speaking to young people. So why do it?
Well, I'm gonna speak to people because I'm an old man. Ain't none of these candidates gonna stop me from having no sex. It ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna go and do. Ain't none of these candidates gonna stop me from going to the script club, making it rain. None of that. Send me that 1,200 so I can get busy and help make some of these people make their bills.
Statewide in Texas, let me give you an update. These numbers are coming in pretty quickly. Biden still at 51 to a Trump 47, but John Cornyn has now taken the lead over MJ Haggard 49. It's pretty much 49 to 49, 48 and a half, essentially. With what percentage of the vote? Can't see what, but 1 minute ago. That's where we are with that one. And let's look at, you said Judge Stacey Williams. Do I see her on here? I don't see that race. But that's the update in Texas right now.
Man, it's just funny as I'm looking at the numbers in every different state, whatever, it is basically 50-50, give or take 3 or 4% of the vote. Now, having those numbers, I'm just talking to my Black folks. If white people in general are 50-50 split in how they see these parties, that makes us the deciding factor. And we got to start being politically mature and understand how to use that power to decide this vote. If a Republican right now told me, I'm giving you guys reparations, guess where I'm voting? I'm going to the Republicans to do it. We are the deciding factor. Malcolm X said that over 60 years ago. We have to start being decisive in what we want and where we want to go. If the Democratic Party wants our votes, we need to make them earn it. I mean, I'm looking at these numbers and I'm just like, I can't believe how close these elections are.
Let me say this, Donovan. I was lucky to travel to the Midwest last week. I was in Philadelphia for a day or two. I went to Wisconsin for a day or two. And then I spent a lot of time in Michigan, Grand Rapids, Lansing, Detroit areas, right? Because I wanted to get out of Texas and listen to Midwest voters, particularly voters of color as well. And the funny thing, in Michigan, they didn't have early votes, so they had not voted yet. And I sat down and talked to some local commissioners, talked to a whole bunch of white folks as well, everyday good people. They have flags on their front yards to let you know where they stand. I mean, these are beautiful neighborhoods. But particularly, I sat down and talked to this one young man from the south side of Chicago named Joshua, 19-year-old kid from the south side. He's been around gang activity. He's seen that life, if you will. He's in college studying acting, but also has a yearning for politics as well, dreads and so forth. So this is a good kid, but has seen some unfortunate situations. And he looked me in my eye and he told me, he said, Damian, I am a proud supporter of Donald Trump. And I said, wow. I wasn't blown away, but I was surprised, right? And I said, wow. And but I said, can you tell me why? Give me 2 sentences, 3 sentences, why you support Donald Trump. He said, he speaks the truth. He speaks his mind. He's strong. He doesn't care about the haters that come his way. He stands tall, and he continues to press forward, right? And he also mentioned that, hey, he said Donald Trump has created a lot of jobs for people that look like him. So he's talking on a strength standpoint. He's talking from a economic standpoint as well. And I believe that Donald Trump, when we look at the final numbers tonight, whenever, we will see a great increase of Black male vote for Donald Trump, especially young middle-aged Black males, right? But my prediction is, he got 8% of the Black vote in 2016. I think he will get at least 15% of the vote when everything shakes out this time. Almost double those numbers because he's been very aggressive in going in. But when you talk about Blacks for Trump campaign offices in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Atlanta, in these places where if you go talk to Black people and engage them, right, and listen to the issues, they will begin to come over to your side, right? Because you're speaking their language, something the Democratic Party continues to struggle in speaking our language, right? Opposed to shoving things down our throat. So don't be alarmed tonight if you see a adequate percentage of vote, 15 or so by black people, when you see 25% of black men and you see a lot of young people. We saw Little Pump on the stage with Donald Trump on yesterday. I don't know who Little Pump is, but I saw it on Twitter. I figured he'd make some type of song, right? I'm getting old. But he's engaging those young men, right? But then you see a Joe Biden who sits down and has a one-on-one with a Cardi B, taking nothing away from a Cardi B, right? But where are the substantive conversations with African American men, right? And listen to their issues, and Trump has shown more of a penchant to do that, particularly than a Joe Biden. So don't be surprised when you see those type of results.
Well, I'm gonna take something away from him, man, because I mean, when Joe starts talking to Cardi and Cardi starts talking about representing the African American community, I have a problem with that. Cardi is not an African American. Therefore, you don't live in our communities. You don't know what we deal with on a daily basis. So I really think that I agree with you that he could have had some real important conversations with some astute African American men. But that's the Democratic Party in a whole, who's ignored the African American male for the last 4 years. And now on election day, early voting and election day, you need them with everything in your power. That's why some of these states are going back and forth, because a lot of African American males they're not feeling Joe. They just not feeling Joe. And you had nobody that realistically wanted to have a conversation with the African American male. And I think it's because we can smell BS from a mile away. So it ain't like you can just talk to us and tell us anything right now. I think you got a lot of woke African Americans in the United States of America at this point.
Real quickly, Joe Biden just took New York. I think that was, how many is it? No, that was 29. I think electoral votes, maybe something like that. Somewhere, but Joe Biden just took New York and just gave him a nice lead in the electoral count.
Him winning New York is not a shock, right? I mean, I think we kind of knew that he was going to win. Probably he is going to win California. So I think people are more or less paying attention to those battleground states. You know, your Georgias, North Carolina, Texas now, so states like that's where, in Florida, I guess that's still, Florida's always effing up the rotation.
Florida, go ahead. No, with 90, I think it was 93% of the vote. I just saw Trump is up by 300,000 votes in Florida right now, 50 to like a 48 right now. So I think those panhandles counties are coming in that sizable, because I think Miami-Dade may already be in. Those large counties are already in. So it's going to be tough for Joe Biden to pick up on 300, 400,000 votes. But let's see.
A little over 40 minutes ago, in the state of North Carolina, Trump 66%, Biden 31%.
In North Carolina? Wow. Whoa.
In Carolina.
That's crazy. If wow, that's crazy. I thought North Carolina would be a little bit more competitive there.
Well, here's what I don't understand. Okay, now I'm in California. It's a Democratic state. The color doesn't matter out here. How is it that we're a majority of Black people that live in the United States, which is in the South, and they're predominantly Democrat, how do these numbers keep coming up the way they keep coming up? It just doesn't make sense to me, because I'm thinking, if you're a remember, Dimitri, we went to South Africa. If everybody there, the majority of the people there is Black, everything should be controlled by the majority of the people who live there. It's a common denominator in a democracy. It just doesn't make sense how these southern states are red. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let me see if y'all guys have been on this. Maxine Waters slams Black Trump supporters by saying, "I will never forgive them." Maxine, we will never forgive you for not doing your job forever. You is garbage. So please sit somewhere. Matter of fact, can y'all put Maxine inside of a garbage bag and set her on the side of the road so that the truck can come pick her ass up? you don't mean you ain't doing good by the people in Cali anyway. So you feel you won't forgive black people for supporting Trump? We won't forgive your black ass for not supporting us.
Right, exactly. And that goes back to what we've been saying about Black people. Why is it that we are the only people that is considered monolithic? The thing is, Maxine, she needs to go back to her $6 million mansion in Calabasas because, which is about what, Demetra, 40 miles, no, about 20, 30 miles away from her district that she's supposed to live in. And, cause she refuses to live in the hood, Inglewood, Watts, that area. That's her district. But that's what I'm saying. We elect these leaders that don't represent us. And you're a public servant. You're living in a $6 million mansion, and just like her challenger, he sat on the steps of her mansion and shot a commercial exposing. I really doubt a lot of her constituents even knew she had a house in Calabasas, because that was new to me when that video broke out. I was like, what? What's going on here? But we're not monolithic. We're the only group that the Democratic Party thinks. Why do you think Joe Biden says statements like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black? Oh, take my economic plan to the Black community. No, Joe Biden, bring your ass to the Black community and explain it to us. But that's the attitude that we deal with, and we expect to win elections again and again and again.
Well, Damien, let me ask you a question. What is wrong with some of the white politicians who blatantly, this election cycle, ignored African American communities? And now on election night, you wondering what's happening. I'm gonna give you an example. MJ Hager. Okay. Come on, MJ. You didn't have nothing to say to the African American community.
Nothing.
And now tonight you in a dogfight and don't look like it's gonna go your way. Talk to me, Damien.
Well, I'm looking at these states. I think CNN is saying Biden 73, Trump 48. I don't know which states have come in, gave him that type of lead. But when you talk about, and I think, honestly, as I make this comment, from what I just saw, I think we can call Florida for Trump right now, because Trump is that lead is spreading. He's about 500,000 votes up with about 94% left. So I think, I'm gonna go out on a limb and call Florida for Trump right now. And then Texas is now neck and neck at 49 and 49 as well. So these things are rolling in really quickly. I'm very impressed with how Biden has been competitive, because I didn't think it would be this close as well. But when you talk about an MJ Hager, you talk about someone who is a dino, what the young people like to say, a Democrat in name only, because she's shown no propensity, no penchants to be a real Democrat. I have provocative conversations on my platform, and people call me a Republican, all that different stuff. But if you check my voting record, all of my life, I voted as a Democrat, and I'm proud to do so. MJ Hager has voted as a Republican most of her voting life. She switched a few years when she ran for a House seat about 2 years ago. She lost that. And it's okay for people to switch and change parties. But she has not shown a commitment to Democrats, number one, a commitment to the African American community, number two. I had personal conversations with MJ and her team, and I told them what they needed to do. I told them in June, what they needed to do to engage the African American community. And I want to say this: if anybody in the state knows what it takes to engage the African American community from a political strategy standpoint, I know. Right. And so, not saying that you got to hire me or anything like that, but just take this free game and this advice that I'm giving you about the ways in which to engage our community and who to talk to, so forth and so on. They showed no commitment to do so, showed no wanting to do so. And you just can't walk up to Black people in August and September and call it engagement, do a couple Zoom calls. We ain't that stupid. We ain't that shallow. We ain't that crazy. Right. So, listen, I'm a veteran. So I honor her service. Donovan as well. I honor her service and what she did for our country. But when you move into this lane called public leadership and being an elected official and representing the great state of Texas with over 31 million Texans, and the most African Americans of any state, you got to come correct. And so when you come with these willy-nilly fly-by-night, not focused on diversity type of campaigns, you get at MJ Heger. And yes, she spent a lot of money in the last month or so with black media. And I'm glad my brothers and sisters in the black media got their check and got what they needed. They sent out a few emails, so forth and so on. But that won't make up for a lack of engagement in the African American community. We are a brilliant community. We are a studied community. We are an educated community. And we are a passionate community. Old folks say, I might have been born yesterday, but I stayed up late last night. And we can see right through some of these milquetoast, lackluster politicians who come in our community and say they are part of us, who say Black Lives Matter, but their resume, their record, their body of work or the lack thereof does not show. And I see and I feel that's how a lot feel when it comes to MJ Heger. I didn't even vote for her. I wrote myself in for that U.S. Senate spot because you have to earn my vote. A lot of people said they were going to skip that race, right? I feel like I would be a better representative for the great state of Texas than MJ Heger as it relates to the body of work and speaking to all communities, right? And so, yeah, she, if she loses tonight, we all know why. If she does, listen, thank these Democrats for being tribal and supporting her. But Democrats in the state of Texas can do a better job of putting forth better. Let me say this last point. And I have great respect for State Senator Royce West, who MJ beat in the primary. But there were outside forces that came in and put a lot of money behind a lackluster candidate like an MJ, right? Against a Royce West, and that was not right. Right. I think black folk would feel stronger and better and prouder of having a Royce West in this general election against John Cornyn than an MJ Heger. But I hate to see those type of candidates, Monroe. But we know they will continue to come, and we're gonna continue to call them out when they come through.
Well, I won't say this to MJ because I know somebody on the team is watching. We got a rule around here, MJ. You can't eat at the table unless we sitting there with you. So guess what? When you felt you didn't need black people, see, I'm not the nice one on the program. I'm gonna call you out. You felt you didn't need black people, right? Look like you need them tonight. Well, think about it for 4 more years before you decide to stick your nose in this business of politics and think that you can get around us. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. We know you didn't vote for Obama. And she is what you said. I mean, whatever that is you called her, because these Bush is kicking in. Whatever that is you called her, where she placating like she's a Democrat, but on the cool, you're a Republican. We figured you out. Ain't nobody playing with you. So get on your motorcycle and see if you can go get you a Purple Heart in the next war.
Yeah, I'm looking at the election map right now. This is starting to look like it did in 2016. There's going to be a lot of things still coming. The Dakotas all went red so far. The results aren't in yet, but they've already called it for, well, they haven't called it for Trump, but they're predicting that those are going to go to Trump. And this looks like 2016 all over again.
Yeah, they called the Dakotas for Trump. But I wanted to say about MJ, I've been seeing the commercials as well. And, she's hopping on her hardly. And, she's for the people. These are, what the commercials are saying and all of that. But she's no different than any other Democrat in regards to black people. Look at what the Democrats have been trying to do, appeal to black men within at the 11th hour. Now they want to reach out to black men. And then, people like her feel compelled to do what they're doing because you have people like Maxine and James Clyburn who, James Clyburn, I don't know if y'all saw the interview in the Breakfast Club yesterday, or I think it was the day before, one of those days, where he admonished black men and says how could a black man vote for Trump? After he called black women dogs. Your mama's a black woman. Yeah, you got had a baby with a black woman. And you shouldn't be going. And then now you have Maxine talk about, I never forget. I'm just imagining this how she said, I never forgive you, for voting for Trump. But it's like, are you serious? You just expected, like, we just supposed to just go do it because I guess we've been, voting Democrat for a long time, but you're not offering anything, and James Clyburn, he said yesterday during Joe Biden's first 100 hours, he wants Joe Biden to put together a study to see if something can be done about those crime bills. Is you serious, Negro? You know, and then Maxine Waters, she been studying reparation. You know, she been talking about she gonna do some reparation, and she got the audacity to talk about I'll never forgive you. But that's why these candidates like the MJs can do what they do to us, because they have these old Negroes, you know, sitting up there as the gatekeeper to the Black community, thinking they're pulling the strings and giving them the green light to just, you know, throw them anything. They'll come running.
Listen, I thought that comment from Mr. Clyburn was interesting. I was surprised that he would even make that comment, because he did in as much as he would kind of take Joe Biden to task, he did, right, in a little bit, by saying the crime bill was bad. We understand that. We know that, right? Because I think he's taking kind of the approach that some black people took with Barack Obama. Some black folks said, we need to call him out just like we call anybody else out. Other black folks said, well, let's do it quietly. Let's call him in the room and do it so we're not doing it kind of in front of mixed company, right? And so I think the approach Mr. Clyburn was taking is, let me call him out a little bit behind closed doors, right? But when he mentioned, a little bit, but when he mentioned a study, listen, we know the devastation that the 94 and 86 crime bill. You know, we've had many people study that for 30 years now. Academicians have been talking about its devastation number by number for years. And so I appreciate the leader saying that, but we don't need any more commissions or any studies, right? All that year does is buy you time, right? He should already have crafted, and that's what I'm talking about, directly talking about and fixing the mistakes you've made. There should already be a policy crafted to say, this is what we would do to do our best to reverse and overturn the impacts of the 1994, 86, and so forth crime bill. But that's not even, so we don't have time for a commission. Black folks are still catching hell. We're still the bottom of the totem pole. We're still dealing with poverty. We're overwhelmingly the essential workers, hourly wages, right? Still having to put ourselves in harm's way. So we don't need any more commissions, Leader Clyburn. We need real action and policies, and we need a president that's going to be aggressive about addressing our issues, not somebody that's going to kick the can down the road. And so I think black people should take the standpoint, I don't care who addresses our issues as long as they are addressed. If it comes in the form of Joe Biden, oh well. If it comes in the form of Donald Trump, oh well. We just need to have permanent interests, not permanent friends.
All I know is
he took the 90. Hold on a second. He took the 94 crime bill off the table. He says he's not even talking about that one because that had a lot of good stuff in there, and a lot of other people signed on to it. You know, it helped women, and it has some gun laws, and you know, just different things that was needed. So he wasn't talking about the 94 crime bill, which we know got struck a lot of black people out. He was specifically talking about the 84 and 86 crime bill. But I was like, this like
it is. Well, let me say, I love talking about this piece. Let me dispel that horrible myth that the black community overwhelmingly supported the 1994 crime bill. That is a lie every day of the week. Now, Monroe just finished talking about Maxine Waters, but Maxine Waters voted against the 1994 crime bill. Donovan always takes John Lewis to task, right? John Lewis voted against the 1994 crime bill. Do you all remember John Boehner, former Speaker of the House, Republican out of Ohio? John Boehner voted against the crime bill. I know you all from Oakland remember that great man, Ron Dellums. Oh, such a great guy. I met him several times. He voted against the crime bill. The NAACP at the time said that it is a crime against humanity, crime against black people if this bill is passed. But to that point, there were about 60% of black members of Congress that did support the bill for various reasons. A lot of them were in their first term, so they were kind of rookies and they were just told how to vote. But this thing that there was no pushback, black folks fell in love with that is a lie. And so, you know, we're in this 24-hour news cycle now where a lot of more things are dissected, right? And I wish that this was kind of happening now. But that is a lot. There was a lot of pushback to that particular bill. It was not a great bill. Bobby Rush, who voted for it, now has said it was a mistake. I should not have done it. Joe Biden said it was a mistake. So why do we still act like it was okay? Because it did have violence against women. It did have assault weapons ban in there as well. So there were some good things added to that particular bill, but that doesn't mean that that particular criminal justice portion of the bill was awful, right? Because we're mixing different things in there. So I just wanted to speak on that, just one piece, that there was not overwhelming support for the 1994 crime bill. There was not overwhelming support for the 1986 crime bill, but it overwhelmingly tore up our community. People talk about, well, Trump is taking babies away from their mothers and fathers at the border, which is terrible, which is awful, right? 1986, 1994 crime bill written by Joe Biden took children away from their mothers and fathers in the urban places and ghettos in America. So don't talk to me about children being taken away at the border, which is atrocious. But we also got to talk about 500,000 to 1 million Black and brown folks' lives that were torn apart and ravaged by way of a 1994 crime bill. I don't care what happens tonight. I will keep talking about the devastation and how horrible that bill was, and making sure that we never see another document signed into law that can be so genocidal, that can be so devastating, that can be so retroactive for a certain group of people. It was not overwhelming support for that bill, my friends.
Well, let me interpret that for him, for those that live in the hood and the projects. What he really meant to say was, we don't give about no babies at no borders and separating their families, because we got partners still in the penitentiary for 3 rocks for 40 years. Ain't nobody trying. I'm different than a lot of people because I don't want to hear it. I saw the effects of it. I saw what it did to our communities. And you got guys still trying to get out of jail right now on charges that never made sense. But their families are torn up. The byproduct of that, when you look at everything, is look at the violence in the streets. Look at the youngsters that don't have a father figure in the home. And then you think that some of us are gonna forgive them for that? Those that did, you voted for them, I will never forgive it. I've seen it up close and personal. Why don't you go to the next funeral of somebody under 25 that got smoked in the streets and tell me how you feel when you think about it? Because his father is locked up in the penitentiary for the next 40 years.
Yeah, how many of you guys remember that movie, Do the Right Thing, Spike Lee joint? Remember that part when he was sitting down talking to the guy and they're like, well, who'd you vote for? I voted for Rudy. Rudy. And the people that didn't vote, he said, where did you guys go? Around the corner? This is what I think is going to happen tomorrow, because a lot of people out there are going to be so upset that, Trump won re-election, or whoever's going to win this. The world's not going to end tomorrow. It's not. You're going to have to, really think about this election and how it's going to affect you moving forward. The world is not going to end. Maybe we start holding these people accountable. Maybe if we start looking at our local elections and paying more attention to what is going on, then maybe you would get the result that you would want. But these numbers, to me, make sense knowing politics, but it doesn't make sense in states where there's a high Black population. Those elections should be a no-brainer. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, we don't require much. We don't want nothing. As Demetri has been preaching for the last 7 months, we want symbolism. We don't want something we can touch. We don't want something that changes for us and puts us in a better place. We want symbolism. And that's what you get. If you get Biden tonight, you get symbolism. You get symbolism. You don't get reparations. You don't get thought about on the first day when he's taking care of other people. You get symbolism. And if you cool with that, then so be it. I'm going to show you, people are so uneducated on this thing. I'm at the polls. It's the end of the day. A lady walk up. I give her Stacey Williams card. Oh, I'm not voting for her. She down for black people. What you talking about? Oh, I'm voting straight Democrat. I say, all right, go and do your thing. I stop talking. You know what? Because when you go in there to push the button, she a Democrat. You ignorant. You 2 sandwiches short of a picnic. But they walk up to them polls like they're so astute and they're so educated on politics. Man, go stand in line for that turkey, man. I told people out there today, man, keep your turkey, man. Don't come around me with no turkey, man.
I'm looking at some returns here across the country. Texas is 49 tight. Texas is 49 tight as of right now. 49. Y'all can hear me. It is, but they both have about 4 million votes apiece in Texas. But I went up to Michigan because Michigan is going to be really important. Trump is up 60-40 in Michigan with about 20% having been reported. Michigan and Ohio are going to make the difference. Whoever takes those, I think Joe's going to take Pennsylvania. Looks like Joe is going to take that one. That's his home state. He's been saying. So he's going to take, but Michigan and Ohio looks like Trump's going to take Florida. Keep your eye on those folks. I see my man, and let me just say, y'all got some great comments down here. Shout out to everybody in the comments, everybody that's with us tonight. Black media giving you a black perspective of American politics as these results roll in. Appreciate y'all being with us tonight on the crunkest election show in history that you will ever see. But this Texas thing, man, it's really nail biting and
I appreciate you saying that because I just want to add a little something to it. The crunkest election show where one of the hosts smoked cigarettes and drank beer at all times.
Hey, it's a lot of people right now drinking and smoking, right? And I'm glad I'm bald headed because I would have been so stressed out pulling my hair out as we looking at these returns. There are a lot of people right now that went to the liquor store, and if we check the returns across the country of how much liquor sales were, as we saw tonight, it's going to be historic. But people are going to be drinking to deal with these results coming in. Folks are smoking, rolling some up wherever you are. Listen, tonight is so intense and so stressful for so many people. I put on Facebook because Courtney said this to me. America is sitting around waiting on the results from their STD test. That's how much anxiety and that everybody has on tonight, just waiting to see what's going to happen nationally, what's going to happen locally. You've been involved in so many campaigns. Some of y'all been texting people, knocking on doors for a friend, donated to people, all that good stuff. And you've been so anxious tonight. So appreciate y'all being with us tonight. Whatever you got to do at home to stay sane, drink some, smoke some, exercise, pray, eat, whatever you got to do to stay sane. But we want you to be cool as these results come in. No matter what happens tonight, we are all still family. Let's be cool and we can keep talking about it the next day and the next day and the next day as we eat, drink, smoke, whatever we're going to do.
Like Pimp C say, smoke something.
So as these results come in, appreciate y'all staying with us, man.
Hey, you know what I want to say to the people, man, especially to the candidates, no matter Republican or Democrat, it takes a lot to have the courage to run for those seats. No matter if it's, like good friend of mine, Rosalind Caesar Murphy, she been complaining about that water board for the last 5 years. And my girl is over there in that water board election and she winning. Because you know what? She got tired of it. But it takes a lot for somebody to decide to run for office. And if you have all this expertise and knowledge, then I challenge you to run for office, man. Run for office, because some of y'all out there have some great comments, some great ideas. Man, you might actually do a great job compared to what we have. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to throw that in there because I ran for office and it's a lot. It's a lot when you got to get out there and campaign and hit them forums and them debates. And man, especially election day with over 800 polling locations in Harris County alone. Say, man, Y'all must sold a whole bunch.
Hey, Monroe, I appreciate you saying it because, as you mentioned, it's an uphill battle for candidates. They need good guidance. They need good coverage at the polls. They need good strategy as well. They need good digital organizing to help them. They need good fundraising, and that's why they should hire good people like you and I in Texas and Harris County, across the country. If you need expertise, Donovan and Demetri as well, that are guiding candidates in California as well. So listen, we don't sit here and talk. We know this stuff. And so, look, anybody thinking about running for office, reach out to whomever's closer to you. Let's sit down and have a meeting, and let's get you, because the process is not a 6-month process. It's a 2 to 3 year process. I had a guy call me out of California, say he's ready to run for Congress. I said, well, have you been doing anything in the community? He said, no, I'm a nurse, so I really don't have a lot of time. I said, well, let's go back to the beginning of the drawing board here. It starts with your real engagement first. Let's talk through that. And then I said, does anybody know you are connected with any clubs? He said, no, I haven't done. I said, well, nobody knows your name. So let's go back to the beginning of the drawing board to talk about what real name identification. Okay. So those are the type of conversations that we have with folks up front, to be honest with people about what they want to do. But so many of you out there want to run for office. Stop bumping your gums and talk about what Donald Trump ain't did, what Joe Biden ain't did, what your local representative has not done. You can do it yourself. And you want something done the right way, you go do it yourself and stop complaining and depending on other people to do it for you. So, we encourage you to jump out there and get ready to run for office, but it's a process to get prepared so you don't go out there and embarrass yourself.
Now, I know Demetri is new to Houston, so you're going to get used to some of these politicians. In the Latino community, especially on the state rep level, I mean, them folks dog walking their opponents, man. Them incumbents dog walking their opponents. You know why? Because they in their communities, they fight vigilantly for their people, man. One of my favorite politicians in the city of Houston, Harris County, is State Representative Gene Wu. Over there in the Asian community. It ain't, from the gate, 81%. When the numbers first dropped, 81%. You know why? Because Gene is front line for his people, man. You go over there and mess with them Asians, and Gene Wu got something for you. Might have some kung fu.
I'm looking at Virginia. Let me know in the comments what y'all see in Virginia. But I'm looking at Virginia here, which is an important state. I don't know how many electoral votes they bring to the table, but Trump, with 41% reporting in Virginia, Trump is up 58-40, which is a sizable lead to have in a swing state like Virginia, halfway through the reporting. So this is, I think, Biden about 700,000 votes in Virginia, and Trump is at about 1.2. So this may hold.
We're looking at 13 electoral votes.
Yeah, that's one of the first surprises. That is the first surprise in my view, that Trump is taking Virginia. Number one, he's taking it, but two, by a sizable margin like that. Because again, helping him run up the numbers. If you're going to win big to offset where you may lose some things. And so that's wow. That's my first wow of the night, that Trump has a sizable lead in the great state of Virginia.
Well, what do I always tell you, Demetri? Never underestimate white supremacy. I don't care if you're a white Democrat, if you're a white Republican. They have one thing in common, and that's white supremacy. So I'm not shocked at all about Virginia.
No, if you go through there, you'll see what it's about.
Yeah, and I was going to say too, back to Damien's point about a lot of people stressed out, and and as I said earlier, thinking about jumping off of a curb somewhere. I don't know. For me, I'm cool, because I think I've realized a while back that no matter who's in the White House, Black people are still going to be screwed unless we get up off our ass and start doing something for ourselves until reparation comes, because I don't think we should ever give up on that. But in the meantime, I think we need to come out of La La Land and stop getting high off of symbolism, because I've never done drugs before, but what I understand, you're high for a minute, then you got to come right back down to reality. And so to me, I'm like, whoever wins, whatever. But if they flip the Senate, that would take away, if Trump wins, let's say, that would take away a lot of his power if they were able to flip the Senate. And so I think that's an important thing, as far as voting down ballot, vote for those local and state elections, to help cripple Trump some. We've seen what some of his policies has done, or, some of the things like the Supreme Court Justice, Amy Cohen Barrett, or whatever her name is, put her in there to help him get his way. So, I mean, there's other ways of looking at it. And a lot of Democrats like to say, especially Black Democrats, well, Obama couldn't do anything because his hands was tied. Well, tie Trump's hands. It might be too late now, but it's just another thought.
So I'm looking. So Virginia's 13 votes, electoral votes, and Florida is 29. Again, I think they haven't called it yet officially, but I think he's going to take Florida. So that's 42 electoral votes. As I have the count by CNN right now, it's 89 Biden, 54 Trump. And so if Trump gets those 42, that puts him at 96. And so, man, this thing is so close. This is really, really, really close. And then with that, Texas, you got those 38 in Texas that are really, really in play. I mean, they are really, really, really in play. Let me give a lot of credit to all the people in Texas working on every campaign strategy across the board. I don't care what side of the aisle, that have worked tirelessly. We're not talking about this cycle, 2018, 2016, 2014, when Wendy Davis got her tail whooped by Greg Abbott, right? And folks will continue to work to this point. Beto bringing a new appeal in 2018 and bringing the state closer blue. I think a lot of people moved from California to Texas to downsize because of the cost of living, and I think that brought a lot of Democrat and liberal votes into the state of Texas with new Texans, and I think that may see why the state has higher turnout, and also they are in place. So let me just give credit. No matter what happens tonight, if Trump takes it, Biden takes it, let me give a lot of credit to all the folks in the craft and the profession of politics in the state of Texas that are Democrats that have worked to see the state in play like this coming down the stretch. And so, guys like myself, Monroe, Tara, and a whole host of others that are doing a great job to try to bring it to that point. So just kudos to those folks.
I'm looking at Armand's comment. He says, Trump is done. No need to make it like he's in the game. He can't win without Ohio and Pennsylvania. Well, I don't know if those races have been called yet. But, anything is possible. I mean, we saw that in 2016. And regardless of what anybody says, this is a very, very close race. I mean, we're seeing some parts of the nation that are potentially going to flip blue, like Texas. That's what did they say the last time Texas was blue? Was it the early 70s or something like that?
Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter.
And everything in bedrock.
Yeah. So the last time Texas was red or blue was under Jimmy Carter. That's the last time they voted for a.
So here it is. It's like Damien said, it's in play. You won't know until it's over, right? So, I mean, like I said, me personally, I'm like, at the end of the day, we as Black people, we got to get ourselves together regardless of who's in office.
Man,
yeah. So I'm looking at. It looks like South Carolina has been called for Trump. Alabama has been called for Trump. Tennessee, we know that. Oklahoma, Arkansas, that's Trump. Colorado has been called for Biden. Okay. Then you got New York, Massachusetts, right. New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Rhode Island will come soon for Biden. And so the battle is between Florida
and New Mexico. Yeah, and New Mexico for Biden.
For Biden as well? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For governor, Ann Richwood was the last Democrat to be the governor, but the last during a presidential election that Texas supported was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, so For a lot of people, it's a nail biter, you know.
Hey, you got something going on in Fort Bend, Damien.
What's that?
Fort Bend County Sheriff Eric Fagan, 57%. Trevor Nails, 43.
Wow, that's early vote.
That's major there, man.
Wow.
That's major there, man.
That's major. That's very major right there, because that Nails name, his twin brother's also running for Congress right now, Congressional District 22. And so that name has been attached to the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office for a while. So to see a lead like that from Eric Fagan, Democrat, in you know, for the most part, it's been a red Fort Bend connected to a well-known name is very, very surprising. But good for Eric. I would like to see him in that spot anyway. So good for Eric. But let's see if his sizable lead holds through as the today's returns come in.
Well, you know, they tried to drag Eric, and I endorsed Eric. I supported Eric, and in the primary as well as this race. And, you know, they tried to use a few dirty politic things on him, you know, saying he had realistically no type of law enforcement experience, which is crazy because he worked at HPD forever.
Right.
You know, it's just good to see a brother use a grassroots campaign. He played no dirty politics. He knocked on those doors, and right now he's looking pretty good in this race so far.
Yeah. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I want to go back and look and find out. I'm gonna go look in a second to find these Texas numbers as well. I want to see how things are updated with some of these Texas numbers. And I on Harris votes, I can't get an update with Harris County. I'm still seeing early vote numbers, and so I don't see any type of update from the 797 voting centers in Harris County. If anybody else has more current Harris County numbers for us, just pop those in the comments or something, please, because I can't get an update on Harris votes.
Let me ask you this, Demetra. Let's say Joe Biden wins and he's in the office. Okay, great. He's there. He's setting up his administration. Everything is good. Everybody's happy. You know, the happy ending. We smited our enemy, got Trump up out of there. Now the state attorney general is going to charge him with all these crimes. Then, of course, Biden's going to, pass him and just, give him a pass and give him a thing like that. So what should we expect now that Biden is the president, hypothetically, as of right now? What should we as a people expect within the next 4 years for Biden to do, other than what he said he was already going to do? He wants to give the police more money. What about, there was nothing on his platform that I've seen where he's going to do anything monstrously changing the status quo. He said he's the status quo candidate. So as a person, Black person, what should we expect within these next 4 years if Biden is elected?
Well, I think we should get used to listening to people when they tell us who they are. He said he was going to continue the status quo. Now, anybody knows what that is. That's the same old. And so for Black people, that ain't good. But you kind of read my mind there. I was going to ask those in the comment section, I guess everybody on the panel, let's say your candidate doesn't win. What's your plan B? Are you gonna jump off the curb? I mean, do you have something else going on if your candidate doesn't win? And I guess for you guys in the comment section, what are you specifically looking for your candidate to do for you? And if they don't win, do you have another strategy to reach that goal? Like, are you putting all of your money, as my mom used to say, all of your eggs in one basket? Like, what's the plan B? What's the backup?
I think that's a big problem, because I was thinking about that yesterday, not having a plan B for some of these people, and everybody put not everybody, but a lot of people put all their eggs in one basket. And when you don't have a plan B and that first plan don't work, man, what are you going to do? Like, I've been hearing y'all talk tonight, and I'm steady trying to monitor these numbers. People thinking about, I might kill myself. Well, let me help you out, homeboy. Let me help you out. If whoever wins and you want to kill yourself, the quickest way to do it is get a razor and cut yourself from your inside of your elbow, right here. See, Cut that all the way down to your wrist and you'll die in 15 seconds.
As he makes that point, I'm looking at the map, and man, this stuff is getting really, really hairy. I love it. So, Ohio, right now, let's look at 3 states: Ohio, Texas, and North Carolina. I think North Carolina.
I'm seeing Ohio a difference of 0.7%. That's how close Ohio is. That's what I'm seeing on my map.
Yeah, Ohio with 64%. What I'm seeing, Biden is up by 1 point. Okay, we know where Pennsylvania is going, right? Michigan is looking to go toward Trump. Okay, Wisconsin is going to go looking like it may go Biden, only 14% in. We know where Illinois is going to go. But right now in the state of Texas, people, with 75% of the vote already in, Trump has 50% of the vote, Biden at 49%. They are about 120,000 votes apart right now, with 75,000 75% of the vote already in. And I'm not sure if those remaining 25% are coming from those rural areas. I think a good portion of urban maybe, if not, and then urban comes in, that can really give Biden a push. So I don't know where those remaining votes are, but right now, Donald Trump up 1 percentage point with 75% of the vote already in the state of Texas.
So I see a lot of people in the comment section responding, nothing, I guess expecting nothing if your candidate doesn't win, or I don't know if that was in response to if your candidate does win. I saw somebody say, Tara, I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it Tara or is it Tara? You're saying basically get rid of the student loans. I haven't heard Trump say anything about getting rid of student loans, and Biden, they're talking about, they're kicking different numbers around, but they're not talking about, totally getting rid of student loans, which is about what, $1.3 trillion. It says the student loan debt in America has surpassed credit card debt. I don't know about now since the COVID, but it was at one point in time past the credit card debt. And so neither candidate is really talking about giving the American people with student loan debt a Hail Mary and saying, here, there you go, start over. And so plan B.
These numbers, these numbers are amazing.
I'm kind of I'm sitting here just taking them in for a second here, but sorry,
it just doesn't. As a political guru, this is like thrown me totally off from what was I expecting to go and how I predicted it to go. I mean, 4 years of just hell and this devil guy and racist, and it should be a slam dunk. And it just seems like there is a percentage, a good 50% of the country that is cool with us losing our standing in the world and being pulled out of all these agreements and accords, and blatant racism running across. It's just amazing to me. We're in 2020 and people are good to go with this person that is the leader, because in any other political combination, that person would be gone. Just that main gap. It's like, okay, you're done. You came out and said that you supported the KKK or you're a white nationalist. I mean, you totally disqualified yourself to run because there's no way you can win now. But, we're in a different reality.
There are different rules for different people. Because if you're African American and you say you support Farrakhan, your career is over. Your career is over. But everybody else can get the support of David Duke and whoever, and it's not a problem. So when are y'all going to stop denouncing, good people like the minister, because you're scared to let folk know that you really do listen to that man? I can run for whatever. I'll never denounce the minister, because if it wouldn't be for the minister and the teachings, a whole bunch of y'all would have been dead a long time ago dealing with me. I'm gonna be honest with you. So that's something that bothers me, that if it's the minister or if it's a certain black person and they're radical, but yet they're not racist. We can't have their support. But if you're white, you can get the support of the Grand Dragon or the KKK.
Listen, don't get me started. And this is why I love tonight. Again, I want to keep stressing this. This is black media. This is black independent media talking about American issues from a black perspective. And if you listen to Andrew Gillum or Van Jones or Don Lemon on these mainstream networks talking about this particular subject as it relates to Minister Louis Farrakhan and his impact on the African American community, most of those men on those major networks would find ways to denounce him, to discredit him, and to distance themselves from him, to keep their jobs, right? And from the standpoint of keeping money in your pocket, I'm not mad at you, but we're talking about arguably, if not the most fearless leader our community has seen for the past 50 years. When Martin fell and Malcolm fell, the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan picked up what we call the mantle of giving black folks pride, to move through the tough conditions of the ghettos where they live, to move through racism, to move through institutional laws that want to lock us up and treat us disproportionately worse than other communities. We're talking about a man who spoke life into black people. And so because we want to be comfortable in our slot in a political system that doesn't work for us anyway, we decide to denounce this beautiful black man. Does he have flaws? Absolutely. Has he said some things that have hurt other communities? Absolutely, right? But so hasn't your mother, hasn't your father, hasn't your uncle, hasn't some friend? You know, we got folks that still trying to make excuses for Joe Biden. So we all have made some mistakes, but that doesn't take away from the greatness of a person because of their flaws. Sometimes the flaws make them greater in who they are, right? And so the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is a beautiful leader, and I don't know how much longer he's going to be with us. But I can't stand when politicians distance themselves. I didn't like when Barack did. If I had to knock Barack on anything, it's him distancing himself from his pastor, whom he sat in church and listened to, right? And we found that Jeremiah Wright was correct about what he was saying about this country. And then he distanced himself from Farrakhan, both Chicago staples who helped give him a platform to be where he is, right? And so we don't need to get in the habit of pushing ourselves away from brilliant, wise black men who have the best interests of the black community at heart. I don't like doing it. I didn't like when Cory Booker did it, and we ought to show that brother way more respect. Would you distance yourself from your mama or your uncle or your daddy because they say some crazy stuff? We got to stick with each other. Even when what powers that be are coming at them and challenging them and calling them all types of names and saying that they are insensitive, so forth, we got to stand with our brothers and our sisters, even when they go through rocky times. So I love the Honorable Minister.
Let me say this here, and then I'm gonna give it to a great Muslim's daughter. But I think she can handle it from them. The problem with Minister Louis Farrakhan and the reason that they distance themselves is because the minister speaks the truth. The Nation of Islam has never blown up a building, from what I understand. The Nation of Islam has never, been a part of a riot. But yet they're labeled a terroristic group. For what reason? Because this one black man refuses to tell a lie. He refuses to tell a lie. So if you are whatever type of candidate you may be, Gary Monroe may be a candidate again. And I will stand on 10 toes in front of anybody. Do you have a problem with what Farrakhan be saying? No, I actually think he don't talk enough. I actually think that he should say more, because that's the only way our people are going to wake up. So Barack distancing himself, I'm going to be honest with you, when he did that, he lost me totally. It was done. It wasn't nothing to talk about no more. So now I'm going to see how y'all like this here, because I'm going to turn this over to a great Muslim brother's daughter who can probably take it home. You got the ankle leg on this one.
Well, I would say that in my opinion, I think Farrakhan has spoken enough most of his life trying to, wake up Black people. It's really up to us whether we want to listen or not. And I wanted to take this comment really quick. Jeffrey, you say, didn't they help kill Malcolm? Now you know better. Now that's been debunked a million times. It's like, and that's part of, no shade to you, Jeffrey. I'm not really focusing on you as much, but that's part of the problem. Why, so many people like to dog Farrakhan, if you will, because they listen to the talking points of white supremacy. And Farrakhan has said a million times, I'm the freest Black man in America. I say and do what I want. Don't you think if I killed Malcolm, they would have already gotten me? And I put up a video a while back where he put out a timeline of saying when he started to, come back in the 90s, when he was, talking to the young people and just really getting Black people together, that's when this conspiracy about him, having something to do with the death of Malcolm came about. So he lined it up perfectly. So, I mean, at this point, I think we just really need to do a better job of educating ourselves. But Farrakhan is waking up and has been waking up Black thought and white supremacy, and tools of white supremacy don't want that. And a lot of those people who have been adverse to the minister have been a lot of Black preachers. I mean, we've all been to church. How many times have we heard a Black pastor somewhere say something derogatory about Farrakhan? Because they know if Black people really wake up, they just might walk out of those churches. You know what I'm saying? So, and in regards to, Barack Obama, and I want to ask you guys, don't you guys find it a little bit strange that although it's been proven that Barack Obama and the minister were friendly, they met and they talked, and they, Farrakhan's even shown the picture of them two together. They made an agreement. We won't talk about our relationship, so you can get to where you need to go. Ultimately, the presidency of the United States. Do you guys not find it weird that the same people that would take Nick Cannon to task or anybody else that has anything to do with the minister, they rarely say anything at all to Barack Obama? And he had a pact with the minister that, hey, I'm going to go and do what I need to do, but just keep it on the, the quiet tip that you and I are actually friends, because they were friends. So I just find that weird. Like, what is the dynamic there for the Jewish community or anybody else not really taking Obama and Michelle Obama to task? Because to your point, Damien, they were married in Jeremiah Wright's church. They were in the church for 20 years or so together. I guess 20 years, almost 20 years at that point. So it's like, I just find that weird. Why are you in the past?
Well, I just think that it's hurtful. Think about how it makes that Black man feel to pour into a Barack Obama, into a Michelle Obama, to marry them, to be proud of seeing their growth and how they grow into this wonderful, magnificent couple who is doing great professional things and vying to lead this country. And then the conversation says that, hey, we have to just kind of make it seem like we aren't friends. Why can't I be openly proud to be in relationship with you? Right. But on the other hand, I understand that people had to, that it had to happen at that time for Barack to be able to make it into the White House to be the first president. But I think that can be hurtful to Black men in that way.
Absolutely.
I just feel that it's very few African American leaders that we can follow that's going to tell us exactly what needs to be told. And he's one of those that I can ride with all day long. And that's what it is. A lot of people don't know that 5 years ago, I joined the Nation of Islam on Christmas Day. I joined the Nation of Islam on Christmas Day. Now, I'm a sinner in training. They got some work to do on me. Because, I'm having problems with the pig. They want me to stop smoking, but they're working with me. But from a mentality standpoint, they have calmed me down so much. And it has given me inner peace. So there's no way I could turn my back on somebody who teaches the great one, Dr. Abdul Halim Muhammad, who guides me every single day. There's no way I could turn my back on him. That wouldn't happen. I don't care what I'm running for. Maybe if I don't win because of that, it's not my time. But this is tight, man. I'm looking at some of these comments.
Yeah, listen, I'm looking at Texas, and this map. I wish I could show y'all this map, but this map, and I'll put it in the comments so everybody can see.
No, can you put it on your screen? We can put it up. Can you tell them how to share the screen?
Look, I'll share the link with you. I'll put it in the comments, then you just take it and open it, then y'all share it that way. But Texas now 76% of the vote in, but I'm looking at this map. All the normally blue urban places are in. Harris County is in for the most part. We know where that's going to go. Dallas is in, right? I think Austin in. And so what's remaining in this map of Texas is just all those smaller red states. And right now, Trump is up by about 180,000 votes, 50% to 48%. And so if these reds continue to fill in, Texas will remain red. But by a slim margin.
That is the rural counties.
Yeah.
It's the rural counties that's going to get Trump over in the state of Texas. Because a lot of people just focus on them big cities. Mm-hmm. But man, some of them little small counties make a difference, man. Remember back in the Gore, when Gore ran, it was small counties in Florida that decided that race.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what's happening in Florida. So in Florida, still 93% of the vote is in. Trump is now pretty much taking a 400,000 vote lead. Pretty much everything is in. So Florida is going to be Trump's once they officially call it. And Texas looks like Texas is going. That those 38 gonna make a big difference, my friends.
Well, let me ask you a question, because you're a little bit more, you and Donovan and Dimitri, you're more expertish at this than me. I'm learning from you guys every day. Can we truly now consider Texas a battleground state?
I think they were probably calling, Damien and Donovan are probably more able to speak to it than me, but I think they were calling it that, due to the climate, the political climate, people sick of Trump stuff, so I guess it looked like for a while that it would be not contested, but, a battleground. But as we see, it looks like Texas is like, psych.
Well, I mean, to that point, I'm not muted. To that point, listen, Texas is getting closer again. I think a lot of people came from California and moved into Texas because of the opportunity, because of the real estate market. It's a great place for millennials. They can find good jobs. They can build homes. It's nice weather for the most part outside of the flooding. So, but there was a liberal folks coming here, right? But I love to see the shakeout of kind of how every group voted. But Texas definitely, as we are in 2020, is a battleground state, because I've never seen Texas be this close. We're talking about almost 80% of the vote in right now, and it's still neck and neck by 100,000. Most of the time, once you get this deep into the returns, the Republican is running away from, because when you look at I'm looking at the statewide races in Texas, as we expected, the Republicans are running away with about 10 percentage points. But when you talk about Trump and Biden, I mean, we're talking about 2 percentage points. And that says that a lot of staunch Republicans decided to vote for Joe Biden for whatever reason. Whatever that reason it was, maybe they were tired. Maybe it's the seniors who were just tired of Trump and his antics and his unconventional ways. Maybe it's an influx of young people saying we don't like this type of presidency. Maybe it's middle of the road Republicans who just say, I just want decency. I don't know, but it clearly shows that some of them flip. 5 star.
according to my good friend Terry Hayes, who's doing some background work over there, we stayed, doing work together. He says Trump is now winning Ohio.
Oh, really? Really? Wow, man, this stuff is so exciting. Let's see.
I was talking to somebody last night, and I told them this election was going to be one of two things. It was going to be like a prize fight.
Wow.
I say either it's going to go to distance, or one of them going to knock the other one out 30 minutes after it starts.
Oh.
I say, so after 30 minutes, if it ain't over, it's going to be neck and neck all night long.
Listen, Trump looks like he's going to run away with Michigan as well. I see he's up in Ohio. Looks like he's going to run away with Michigan as well. And then add Florida to that.
According to Terry, he looking good in Wisconsin too.
Yeah. Wow. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's up in Wisconsin.
I mean, but you think about what does that really say though? Let's just sit with that for a second. What's really going on that somebody who is this tyrant in a lot of people's mind, and I would say he is to a large degree, what is going on that he is doing so well? Somebody so horrible is not supposed to be doing as well as he's doing. So what is really going on? Wait. Is it white women? Because I see in the comment section, some people are trying to take black people to task, and that was the same old thing they did last time. Oh, black people didn't show up. Black people should have showed up. But what is really going on?
But my question is when the Democratic Party doesn't engage the black man, they wouldn't even have a conversation with us. I need y'all to understand this. Now, Demetri, you tell me if I'm wrong. The War Zone is one of the strongest programs on social media. Very opinionated. And at any given time, you can have me and Donovan sitting here nightly. You can have Damian pop in. You can have Elvante Patton pop in. You see what I'm saying? You have some strong black men here. The Democratic Party, when the last time they talked to us? When the last time they even tried to have a conversation? Monroe is approachable. Damian is approachable. Donovan is approachable. I'm just using that. Okay, but what you wanted to do was have conversations with entertainers that were black men that are totally disconnected from the African American community. They don't live where we live. They don't deal with what we deal with. And I'm just using us as an example because there are other great African-American guys out there that they could have had conversations with. You see what I'm saying? But they didn't take it to task. I think they came into this thing the same way they did 4 years ago. We got it. It's wrapped up. Put a bow on it. And now you in a dogfight.
Well, let me say this. I want to pass it to Donovan. So what have we been hearing about black women and the Democrats? They're the backbone of the Democratic Party. It's black women, black women, black women. And even, I don't know if you guys are on Twitter, but you go on Twitter and you see this big divide. It's a lot of black women who are mad with black men, for siding with Trump. And they was even talking about withholding sex from black men if they vote for Trump and, all this other stuff. And it's like, so here we are. I think this is a reckoning. That you've been taking black men for granted. It's just true. And you guys have probably also seen that hashtag blame black men. It was like a joke with black men because they were getting blamed for everything. And you guys will probably get blamed too, if Trump wins, but nobody really wants to have the conversation that you like somebody said, it wasn't that Trump is winning over black men. It's just that the Democrats didn't have anything to offer them. So it's like at some point in time, that conversation needs to be had. Donovan?
This morning, they said that the DNC has on file cash ready $330 million. That's a third of $1 billion that they have in their treasury. Now, you want to win this election. I'm not saying go out there and buy everybody a turkey. That's a whole lot of damn turkeys you could be buying if that's what you wanted to do with the money. And I'm looking at this and I'm looking at these numbers. That's why I've been sitting here kind of just in shock, because this should be a no-brainer, and it's not. It should not be this competitive. Now, this time last year, before he got the endorsement from South Carolina, Joe Biden was basically bankrupt. He didn't have any money. He couldn't run ads. He couldn't do anything. Now he is cash in, solvent, and he still has that money in his powder keg. Now, my question for the DNC is, what are you holding that money for? These are pivotal elections that you should have taken that money and put more resources and departments in there. There was also a report too that the Democrats didn't open up too many Black outreach programs in battleground states. So I'm like, if they really wanted to win, number one, you need to get a candidate that people would really want to vote for. But we got what we got. Why aren't you all in if this is what's going on? It just doesn't make sense. It's incredible what's going on right
now. Damien, let me ask you this. The Kamala factor. How many people are really probably sitting back saying, hey, you know what? Joe Biden is truly the oldest individual ever to run for the presidency of the United States at 77, almost 78 years old. He may or may not make it 4 years. And so who would that put at the helm? That would put Kamala at the helm. So how many people are really saying, really don't like what Trump is doing, but there's this strong possibility that Biden might not make it. And then we have this negress that's going to be at the, running the ship. So in your opinion, where does the Kamala factor come into play?
Did you ask for Damien or you? Well, I'll just say this and then I'll give it to Damien. I don't think white America is prepared for a woman vice president or a woman president, period. And however it may happen, I don't think that they are prepared for that. But I also said yesterday when we were talking that white America is going to come out and do what I thought they would do anyway, which was vote in their best interest. And according to Terry Hayes, who's doing some research for us as we speak, if it keeps going the way it's going, it looks like Trump may have 306 electoral votes.
Mm-hmm. 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 Listen, the way this thing, and you're exactly right. And people took me to task and about what my map that I posted. The map that I posted on Facebook yesterday, and I've changed it a little bit now, but I had Trump at about 296 electoral votes, right? And people said there's no way that can happen. The polls don't say that. The data, well, number one, 2016 taught us that all polls are trash. So let's throw the polls out of the way. The polls ain't accurate. People are lying on the polls. They're only asking 500 people. Let's throw going forward. Polls mean nothing, right? 2, there is a silent majority, right, in this country. I didn't know if Joe would have a silent majority of Republicans, and he does have a silent majority, but there's a silent majority for Donald Trump that put him in office in 2016, and it looks like that majority grew over the past 4 years, and that's where you're seeing Trump about to take Ohio. You're seeing Trump going to take Virginia. You're seeing Trump now spreading out in Texas and going to take Texas as well, and Florida, right? And so this silent majority and this great enthusiasm that you see from Trump supporters, I haven't seen a Biden parade that just takes over the streets. But we've seen many Trump parades across this country because they have great enthusiasm for him as well. So in spite of all the things that we see from Trump, we know he's belligerent. We know he's a bully. We know that he's unconventional. We know that he's called black women stupid. We know that he's talked about shithole countries. We know that he's been alleged of raping and assaulting women, all those different things, right? But for some reason, somehow, there is an American hubris, an American enthusiasm around Trump who talks about it talks about patriotism, making America greater again, bringing back manufacturing jobs, talking about America first instead of shipping things to other countries, and that resonates. And I think here's another piece of what I think it also says. I'm not particularly sure about this, but this could be also, again, think about when Barack Obama won in 2008. And think about what happened in 2010. Folks were so pissed off in that midterm election. And there was a Republican sweep and they won back the House. You think about 2016, where folks who didn't want to see Barack Obama succeed came out to support Donald Trump because it was the first time they got to push back on a Barack Obama. People also see Joe Biden as a connection to Barack Obama. And so it very well could be that folks are saying, I don't want to, because if you put a Biden in office, you're also essentially putting Obama in office, and they would do the same things. And there are a lot of Americans who say that we got past Obama. We don't want to see any remnants of him whatsoever in the White House. And there could also that the numbers that we're seeing could also be a rebuke of a Barack Obama 2.0 for the next 8 years as well. And they say, well, I'll just live with a Donald Trump for the next 4 years, and then we fight in 24 for an open race.
But how much damage could be done in those 4 years? But maybe we need to look. Maybe we need to look at it like this. Overall, maybe if Donald Trump pulls this out tonight, this is a dog whistle for Black people to get your shit together, because nobody's coming to save us. I put in the comments, if Black women are truly the backbone of the Democratic Party, because remember, it was the Black woman, so they say, that saved Doug Jones down in Alabama. So if the Black women truly are the backbone of the Democratic Party, and I love you, Black women, don't get me wrong, I'm just saying, why is Doug Jones' seat in jeopardy? As a matter of fact, the Democrats barely gave Doug Jones any money. They just wrote that off. So what was the point of making this myth that the Black women are the backbone of the Democratic Party? Where did the Black women go? If they got him the seat 2 years ago, they should have got him the seat now. So why is his seat in danger? Is this, like I said, what kind of game is the Democratic Party playing if they're playing to win? But like I tell you guys all the time, there is money in the opposition. Under Nancy Pelosi, 2 terms as House Speaker, over 1,000 seats were lost across the nation in state houses and elections across the nation. 1,000 seats in 8 years of Obama. 1,000 seats were lost. What kind of game is the Democratic Party? Are they really trying to win? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. This election, based on everything that's happened, should be a blowout for the Democratic Party.
Well, with 80% of the vote in, Trump is winning Ohio. Trump is winning Ohio. But I want to give some people some updates from over in Fort Bend County. With 96% of the precincts reporting, Khalid Morgan is up on David Pervin 54% to 46%. Fort Bend County Attorney, these are people that I endorsed. Bridget Smith Lawson, 96% of the precincts reporting, 54% to 46%. 96% of the precincts reporting, Eric Fagan is still up on Trevor Nels, 54 to 46. Carmen Turner is up 53 to 47. It's something going down in Fort Bend, man. It's going down in Fort Bend County, man. It's going to be major changes in Fort Bend County, man. So they ain't turning Fort Bend blue. They turning Fort Bend black.
Wait. Y'all in the comments tell me if I'm tripping. Y'all go look at Pennsylvania and tell me what you're seeing in Pennsylvania right now. Go tell me what you're seeing in Pennsylvania, because if you're seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, it's only 30% in right now, but in Pennsylvania, as to what I'm getting, 30% of votes in, Trump is up by 5 percentage points in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's home state. Listen, this is wow. This is my second wow of the night. I thought Pennsylvania was clearly Biden, and we got a long way to go in Pennsylvania. But my God, Trump has a 5 percentage point lead with 30% in Pennsylvania. And when you can't take care of home, you can't win home. That says a lot.
Ask Al Gore.
Yeah,
Ask
that says
Al Gore.
Wow.
I'm telling you what it is. My gut tells me that the country, y'all think they wasn't ready for a woman in 2016? Y'all really think they was ready? I mean, it's still, we don't know yet. But let's say Trump does win. Do y'all really think they was ready for a black woman to be in the White House, potentially call it? Like, come on now. And I said that months ago. America is not ready for no black woman. Are you kidding me?
From the black woman in the White House is going to be picking up some plates and taking them to the kitchen.
But out of all the candidates that were running with or against Joe Biden, they chose Kamala. And they did that, to try to get the black vote. But that's what happens when you ignore black.
See, wait a minute. They didn't pick Kamala because to get the black vote. They picked Kamala to make the mass incarceration ticket because Kamala was overwhelmingly rejected by the black community.
Right. But my point is, that's what they get. That's what the Democrats get. And though I say that, that's what they get if Trump wins. That's what they get for continually ignoring what black people really want and what black people are really saying. We said when she was running for president, no, thank you. And what did they do? They say, well, how about as a vice president? They shoved her in, our faces as black people, said, this is what you're going to get. They had to bring out all the sorors and she's stomping in the rain with the umbrellas and all of that, ignoring, first of all, black people once again, and underestimating, white people. I know a lot of white people, no shade to white people and none of that kind of stuff, but I know a lot of them got out there when George Floyd was murdered with Black Lives Matter and, they're writing all on their walls and stuff. And they just you've been in this, on a national level. Like, what's up with that? Like, how did they get that wrong?
We got some updates. I could call them like I see them, man. They thought I was crazy. Fort Bend ISD school board trustee Angie Hannon with 94% of the precincts reporting Jason Burdine, it's time to go home. I told you were going to get beat. It's time to go home. Shirley Rose Gillum, Christian Tassay, they said I was crazy. 51% to 49%. And last but not least, Allison Drew, and I love this, 38%, Danita Williams, straight outlaw, go to war for kids, 38%. Allison, you going home tonight. You're going home tonight, I told you. You mess over black people, you ain't getting black votes. Shook up, man. The game is shook up, man. Dimitri, you just said a mouthful. You don't want to respect us black people? Make us some more shirts. We holding our votes. We ain't giving you nothing no more. When you start giving to us, we gonna start giving to you. And I'm gonna say it, and I don't care if nobody get mad. A whole bunch of you white folks going home tonight for one reason. It's too many peckers in the woods. And I meant what I said, because y'all ain't been right by black kids, especially on that Fort Bend ISD school board. You ain't been right as far as Marshall High School, predominantly black school. You've treated them like garbage, and now tonight the Reaper is coming to see you.
Hey,
and I just want to tell you, you may not be able to say this on Isaiah, Damien. I call them fuck it draws politicians. We throwing them out tonight.
Listen, thank you for putting that plug out there. Tonight, friends, those in the Houston area or anywhere across the country, I'll be giving live election analysis just like I've been doing here tonight. at 10:30 p.m. Central on the local Fox 26 Houston Isaiah Factor Uncensored. It'll be live commentary, so come join. I may have to tip out in a little bit to prepare for that, but y'all come and join us over there tonight. But I think I told y'all it's looking like, and I may be wrong, it's looking like somebody said it a minute ago, it's looking like Trump may get somewhere in the 280, 290 range of electoral votes. I think it looks like he may surpass 270 for what I'm saying, because if he's going to take Pennsylvania and Florida and Ohio and Michigan and Texas, Fat Lady can start warming up her voice. But we got a long way to go. A lot of counties that need to come in, but I'm just early predicting here. But I don't know what y'all plan to do if Trump won, but y'all might want to start preparing those plans if you're gonna travel somewhere or whatever.
Smoke something.
Like this is.
I want to say that this man came on our show. He impressed the people. Judge David Newell is up 57% to 43% with 18% of the votes. The precincts reported so far.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are shocked, but again, it's not over yet, but again, Trump shouldn't be doing as well as he's doing with all of the nonsense that he has, had going on for almost the 4 years. But I think a lot of people, especially Black people, are going to be in their feelings. It's because you've been told you should be in your feelings, right? You've been told that your main job was to get rid of Trump. You weren't told that you should get something for your vote or, hold these elected officials or Joe Biden at this point accountable before he gets to the White House. You were told, well, we gonna hold him accountable, and he still may get there. So don't, I'm not saying he's not, but let's say he doesn't. You were told, let's hold him accountable once he get in there. So that's why, it hurts so bad, because you believe the hype that your main job was to get rid of Trump, not getting that as Black people. And you just like, I didn't say it too much, Damien.
Well, I just want to say this real quick. As the election moves here toward the west where I'm at, 55 votes is not going to be enough by the calculation that I'm seeing to take Biden to 270 over the top before Trump. So, we're out in the West, population, deserts and shit. Ain't a lot of people out here. But, if they're just relying on California, Oregon, and a few, to me, that number is not going to be enough. This is almost the exact map of 2016. And again, how do you drop a egg like this with the Democratic Party? It just doesn't make sense. This was basically a give me in any political ramification of an election. You have a bad candidate, but once again, the Democratic Party nominated a bad candidate. How do you expect to win when you don't listen to the very constituents that you depend on to vote for your party? It just...
Well, I want to give us an update. Texas House District 27, in the immortal words of Bernie Mac, the first time he was on the Apollo,
the Comedy Jam, Def Comedy.
Ron Reynolds, 81%. Tom, whatever your name is, 19. Kick ass. Say tonight, the people I endorse, they kicking ass and taking names, man. I told y'all you gonna take some L's tonight, man. You
Monroe,
Black people, and now Black people finna put you to sleep.
Let me say this real quick, Donovan. North Carolina, and I think North Carolina is 15 electoral votes. Okay, North Carolina, 90% in North Carolina. Donald Trump is up by 50,000 votes, 50% to 49%. So it's coming down neck and neck in North Carolina as well. And also in the state of Alabama, Doug Jones has lost to former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville, Doug Jones
The
has lost
football
his
guy.
beard. Right. I knew that would happen. Family, football,
Yeah.
faith in Alabama. Right.
Tommy Tuberville quit every job he's ever had in the SEC. He quit every job.
Right.
Black
Right.
women. I thought you were supposed to be the backbone of the Democratic Party. How did this man lose his seat? Oh my goodness! But hey,
we've been looking for the front bone for the last 3 months.
Right. But I want to say this real quick, because I know Damien's going to tip out real quick. If you're a candidate out there, or you're thinking about being a candidate, and you do not believe the power of social media, when you don't go on shows like the Jamie and Jones podcast, when you don't go on shows like the War Zone or the War Zone Morning Show, when you don't go on the Demetra K Show, as much as you guys think that, you don't have to go on those shows because nobody listens to those shows, this election cycle has shown you the power of media, because these groups are the ones that are talking to your constituents. These are the shows that when you want to know what's going on locally in your politics and even nationally, I listen to the Damien Jones podcast all the time when it comes to what's going on in Texas as well as national, because what happens in Texas happens in California, so on, so forth. So let this be a lesson to all you politicians that figure that you're so damn high and mighty that you can't go and answer the real questions. Tonight, we're going to make a believer out of you.
Well, I'm going to say this here, man. We started this podcast shit. That's what it is, man. You know how I am, man. I'm going to say it real for the people out there that want it real. And this is the new wave of campaigning. This is the new wave of getting to your voters. You would rather go sit in a forum and speak for 2 minutes than to come sit down with us for an hour or sit down with Damien for an hour. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Huey P. Newton or Demetra Smith, sit down for an hour to let the people really get to know you. You paying the cost tonight. So the war zone is here to stay. We ain't going nowhere. Damien is family to us. Welcome on the show anytime. But I'm glad that I got to hang out with y'all, with you independents, and y'all got to hang out with one crazy black Republican, because we kicking ass tonight.
Listen, let me say this, because I got to tip out. Listen, we all came together. It was great, because we saw many podcasts. Kind of, Monroe was with another group at first, and then he came with y'all, and I was like, "How's this gonna work? Because my brother Monroe can be explosive at times, right? You got to have the right group to get with him, to embrace him and know how to work with him. And y'all just blended in well, very well from the beginning. I think everybody in the comments will agree. Y'all just have a great chemistry that I love to watch. And to let Monroe do what he does, but also bringing also a different approach but a same passion to the Warzone podcast. Just to watch it and see how y'all work together has been great. And every time y'all let me on, I've always had a great time with great folks. And me and Monroe have had so many backdoor conversations throughout the last several months about politics and the ways in which we both are working together to make our community stronger. So it's been a blessing to be able to do that. But listen, like you just mentioned, this podcast stuff, this is how you reach people now. The radio ads are not being listened to. The print newspapers are not being read and picked up, right? The robocalls are being ignored because they come up as spam and scam, right? You want to reach people, you want to get your voice out there, you connect with the Damien Jones podcast, you connect with the Demetra K Show, you connect with the Warzone podcast, you connect with Donovan. You got like 2 shows. I can't even think the name of them right now. You got so many. But this is how you get your voice, because people are using their phones constantly, getting their information. I saw a poll that at least 35 to 40% of Americans get some form of news from independent media. So people aren't just totally dependent on an NBC or a local Fox station. They want to hear Black media give Black perspectives to everyday issues. And so this is the way to go. Are you a nonprofit? You need to get the message out about an event or a campaign or a cause. reach out to one of us. We can help get that message out there. If you are a candidate or elected official that wants to talk about your event or get connected to the community and kind of hear what people think about you, reach out to one of us. Let's have a conversation. Listen, the way we inform and educate the populace and the masses is by having conversation. I don't agree with people shouldn't talk to Donald Trump. You don't get anywhere by not having conversation with people you disagree with. We can talk to everybody, and the ways in which we learn and grow and find our commonalities is by talking to one another. And there's no better platform than the Warzone podcast, Damon Jones podcast, and independent media to talk about these issues each and every week. I appreciate y'all. Listen, I always give a plug. If you want to support the Urban Justice and Equity Pact, which I chair, which is about building Black political power in the state of Texas. And we see what Texas is doing right now. And Black power is growing and growing. And I took it upon myself to say, I'm going to lead that effort. I'm going to pop the link in the comments. Y'all can give 5, 10, 25, 30. We see what's happening in this country. You hear the type of substance and the things that we're talking about. You hear the type of strategy that we're talking about. We cannot build Black political power until we begin to believe in ourselves, number one, to think that we are worthy enough to challenge white supremacy and build power structures. And 3, we got to reach in our pockets, stop spending it on Jordans and Louis bags, and invest it into the political system, because we can't run campaigns on pats on the back, on prayers. We can't sing "We Shall Overcome" and win an election. You need money. You need money to put into place to make the church continue to grow, and you need money to help Black candidates continue to get over the hump in these elections. Hey, God bless y'all. I appreciate y'all. I got to go. Catch me on Fox 26 tonight, and I'll try to come back if I can. Y'all still going. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, folks.
I'll say this here. There was a transition with the war zone, and the higher power sent me 2 angels. Now, I want y'all to understand, I done got my ass spanked behind the scenes about the meet yourself time, because I let go some days. And I just kind of laughed it off the first few times, because I say sooner or later she gonna have a meltdown. And she had a meltdown, so we had to talk, and it is what it is. But the way that this is set up, I mean, you getting it from 3 different viewpoints. It's good that Donovan is a guy that has a lot of money, so he can speak to things from a different way. Demetra has that knowledge. See, me, I'm the hood cat. I'm in the hood every day. So I know how my people think. I know what they rocking with. You see what I'm saying? So if you want to overlook podcasts or overlook, I call us a talk show. I don't even call us a podcast. We're a talk show. Our brand gets bigger every single day. Now we got a morning show that's off the chain, in radio. And we got another show finna come, Love in the Zone. I mean, we just building the brand. But I'm going to tell you right now, go get your bag straight for the next election and come holler at us, because you ain't going to win without us. That's all it boils down to. You know what? I kind of set y'all up. We the new mob, because we got the ear of the people. Ain't no more going around us, because our people want to hear from us, and they trust us. Look at the comments. Look at these people say, I voted for so-and-so because I listened to y'all. Yeah, we can affect your vote. But remember, I feel like a prophet tonight. I told y'all I was going to fuck y'all up in November. I told you that months ago. And now tonight, eat that soup.
Hey, I got a few updates real quick. Let me just go through them. Kansas has been, Donald Trump has been projected the winner. Utah, Donald Trump has been projected the winner. Nebraska, Donald Trump has been projected the winner. He is now taking over the Midwest states. I'm not saying it's a slam dunk, but it's just, this is almost the exact same map as we had in 2016. DNC, which, by the way, if you guys don't remember, when Hillary lost, the DNC was broke because she had taken over all the money and stuff. So why are they holding $330 million when they should be putting all their efforts into winning this election? That's a whole lot of damn turkeys to buy if you want to buy people's votes, gift cards and all that other stuff. So, we really need to think and reevaluate this Democratic Party. They keep saying that they're for us and they're for the underlings and, you know, and for the downtrodden and all this other stuff. Why is it that the Republican Party continually beat the Democratic Party? The Democrats don't know how to win. They don't fight. They get rolled over when it comes to the Supreme Court nominations. They've lost 1,000 seats over the last 16 years. Nancy Pelosi says she should be the leader of the Democrats because she raises the most money. I mean, why aren't we questioning these things? And a lot of you guys are going to be so upset if Donald Trump wins. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but maybe if you probably would think and say, you know what? I must be insane because I keep doing the same thing over and over again, and I'm not getting a different result. So this next election, I think we better get ready and think about what we're going to do the next election, because Kamala Harris is nowhere near progressive. Nowhere near progressive. But once again, the Democratic Party has done what they do. They've taken defeat out of victory, and there we are.
I'm monitoring 12 states right now. And out of those 12, it looks like Trump may pull off only 3. But the electoral votes from Arizona is only 11. Iowa, if he wins that one, he has a sizable 16-point lead, is only 6. New Hampshire is only 4. Now, what Trump is looking at is Florida with 29, Georgia with 16. Michigan with 16, North Carolina with 15. Look at the numbers. You see what I'm saying? Look at the numbers. What, for 7 months, Donovan, we look like prophets tonight. We told y'all. We told you. You'll get it sooner or later. You'll get it sooner or later, man. Well, you're gonna get it tonight. Tonight.
Like I said,
I'm appreciative of all the businesses boarding up their businesses, because I really don't want nobody to jump off the second floor of the corner store in the morning. Please don't jump off the second floor of the corner store and bust your head on one of them gas pumps. Because you're going to learn. After the night, you're going to learn.
The funny thing is, let's say Trump does pull this off and he does get reelected. The question is, and we know, let's say the election's over and he wins tomorrow, whatever, and it's all in the news. The Democratic Party will be back at you again, telling you, we need your money, we need your vote. He's got another 4 years. Let me scare you to death so that you'll vote. It's not working. We're not afraid. Remember I told you guys the story about aliens in the 50s? Remember all the aliens used to come here to this planet and shit? They don't come here no more. You know why? It's kind of like that Star Trek episode where that planet that can use the mind control. They said, leave that planet alone, because you know what? Them white folks down there, they ain't nothing to mess with. The Democratic Party is going to come back to you, use the same exact scare tactics, telling you what they can't do and how they need your vote. They need this. And next time we got to get Trump out of the office. What's their excuse going to be this time? What's their excuse? Now, me personally, I voted Green Party because they have a platform that I can get behind. Reparations, healthcare, so on, so forth. Oh, they don't have a chance of winning. Look at this map right now, and you tell me whose vote actually got wasted if Trump pulls this out.
Well, it's going to be a lot of people they ain't going to make the money they want to make if Trump gets in, especially the politicians and the crooked pastors and all them that that's down with the foolery. That ain't what I wanted to say, but with the foolery, I'm like you, the aliens ain't coming in no more. What you dealing with now is some woke Negroes that ain't having it no more, bro. And you folks that represent I think the whole Democratic Party, the leadership of it needs to be dismantled at this point. You didn't get it. Dude. Nobody wanted these two people, man. They were trash from the get-go. Now, if you'd have had Yang, I'd rock with Yang. I'd rock with Yang, no questions. Wouldn't even been a second thought. But this law and order ticket, we wasn't going for that. Demetri?
And, I was going to say too, I don't know what's going to happen, but looking at the numbers, I don't know, even if it is Trump, I don't want to come off as that we're gloating and like, ha, 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 we told you so. Because, I know it doesn't feel good when the person that you're rooting for may not win. And for a lot of people, you've hung your hopes and your dreams and some people, their lives on your candidate. But I just also ask the question, especially as us as Black people, are we going to spend the next 4 years being mad at each other? Or are we going to spend the next 4 years unifying and say, okay, we cut off family members and friends and all kind of people over these two very old white dudes? Or are we going to say, hey, you know what? This is the plan. Let's go pick one of these Black agendas that have been before us since the days of Marcus Garvey. Let's pick something. Hey, let's start listening to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan and, and implementing the things that, the Nation of Islam has in place. Like there's some good things in all of the Black agendas. Ice Cube. How many Negroes took Ice Cube to task and called him a sellout for simply wanting a contract with Black America? So at some point in time, we're going to have to cut all the bullcaca, stop fighting over who's going to be the better massa for Black people and say, hey, you know what? We are all we have, right? And I saw somebody say something about Latins or Latino people rather are voting for Trump in larger numbers. Well, for one, they're trying to protect their economy because, while it's probably not a very big economy yet, they have one, right? And they're also trying to protect, they have the population to back that up. And so if we as Black people would start practicing group economics and stop doing a lot of silly things that, lessen our population, we too, will start looking at politics a little bit differently. We'll actually have something to protect. But right now, all we have is symbolism. We have, as Obama tried to offer everybody hope and change. But Noam Chomsky, he says that he agreed with Ann Coulter when she says Obama has this hope and change thing, but the hope and change was never defined. I ask anybody in here who's a big time Obama fan to define what hope and change was. Everybody ran around with a chicken with the head cut off. Oh, hope and change, hope and change. Oh, we got hope and change you can believe in. But nobody ever defined that. And so we're at the crossroads. And Donovan, you said earlier that this was a dog whistle to Black people that we needed to get our stuff together. Now, to me, it's more like a bullhorn. It's loud and clear, like Negroes. What else do you need to see? What else do you need to hear? What else do you need to know that nobody going to that White House, even Kamala Harris sat up and so boldly told Black people, I'm not going to do nothing specifically for Black people. No, and she has not turned from that yet. Neither has Joe Biden. So at some point in time, we're going to have to say, okay, you know what? That was fun and games. Let's roll our sleeves up and let's get to work. And I also want to say, just in my part right here, the end of my part, there is something to say for Black media. These little bitty, so I won't say his name because I know he's a Jack Yates lion and all of that. But, you new Black ass media, as he called us, you new ass, Black ass media. People are listening to this new ass, Black ass media because we have something to say. Now, we might not have this big glossy platform where we have, all this big time money and stuff behind us. But I think also people need to realize is people who do what we do and what you guys do in the comment section, you realize there is no money in the revolution. Do you know that? And I'm going to take me, Donovan, and Gary, and even Damien. We all got the gift of gab, right? We are very talented at what we do. You know how much money we would be making if we was a Candace Owen or any of those other people selling Black people out and telling white people what they want to hear about Black. You know how wealthy we would be? But instead, we choose to give the truth as we know it. We're not always right, but we ain't always wrong either. But we choose to do that. So there's something to say for Black media. And I would say to you guys, if you can, any way you can, and not just our show, but any show. Donate, so that helps the black media to continue to go, because for the most part, Donovan and I and Gary, we do this for free. And if we didn't love doing it, we wouldn't doing it. So it's not about the money. We all get our money from somewhere else. But, it's an effort to bring this forward. But we love doing it, and this is what we would rather be doing.
I tell you what, man, I mean, I love it. I love it. I'm not throwing it in their face. What I'm telling them is the research that we did individually, you could have done the same thing. I refuse to allow somebody to tell me, I'm at the polls today with judges, vote blue all the way down the ticket. I say, ain't you the one be letting all them criminals out of jail? And you saying vote blue all the way down the ticket. You don't even live in our neighborhood. You can do the same research that we do. All this stuff is on the net. And if you do your homework, then you would know what we know. That's why we can talk about it so fluently. You would know what we know. It's just some spots that Trump was going to win, and it was what it was. Example, state of Louisiana. Clay Higgins talking about killing black militia people. Clay Higgins just won re-election. Just some things ain't gonna change in some spots. You see what I'm saying? But it's gotta be more to this than a bunch of what I call failed politicians telling you what you need to do. So for all of y'all, I don't know if you're gonna get your turkey for Thanksgiving with some of the LD folks who took tonight. You might get the corn and the rice dressing, but the turkeys might not make it to you this time.
Yes, just a quick update. Wyoming, 36 seconds ago, just went to Trump. He looks like he is rolling. We know California is going to be a Democratic thing. But like I said, I'm not one to I am one to rub it in people's faces. But, politics is a rough and tumble game, and it's serious, okay? Because you're dealing with people's money. If you're a Democrat, because I'm not even a Democrat anymore, I'm a recovering Democrat. It's like being a recovering politician or a recovering alcoholic. I said, this is not working for me. It's not doing what I needed to do for me. So I said, I'm going to become independent, because both parties have some things that I really like about them. But we can no longer keep doing the same old, same old. It's not going to work. Now, he has the judicial department. He has the Senate. He's not going to get the Congress. That's not going to happen. And he has the presidency. Game over. Game over at this point. His agenda is going to go forward. It's done. What we need to start doing, and no shade to baby boomers or anything like that, we need to start grooming and putting up younger, progressive candidates to take out these other candidates, these older candidates that have been in there for 60, 50, 25 years. Because these older candidates are used to the same old, same old. If the Democratic Party continues to nominate losing candidates and being led by a lady who keeps saying that she's a master legislator and she has no major legislation with her name on it, and her claim to fame is, I raised the most money, you guys are in trouble and you are not going to win the next election. It's just as simple as that, because what's going to happen is a progressive Republican is going to come and move it forward. Another thing, you guys need to start looking at another candidate. This map, this is a big surprise. He might even do better than he did in 2016.
I don't know what will we know tonight. So somebody says no, Demetra 45 is further ahead. Yeah. I'm actually looking at CNN, so it sounds like CNN is a little bit behind in their projections. So
I'm looking at the ABC poll, the one Damien put up. Right now, Joe Biden is at 113. Donald Trump is at 114. Donald Trump has taken the lead in the Electoral College. We know California is 55 major votes. We know that's going to come in, but as of right now, Donald Trump is at 114. He has taken the lead like he did in 2016.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I mean, I just think we need to, you know, the presidency should have been our plan B, maybe plan C, because you know what? It's not plan A for Asians. It shouldn't be plan A for us. That should have been a shoulder shrug, like, say whoever gets in, whatever. We still got our economy growing. You know, I watched this show. You guys may have seen it. Lovecraft Country. That was HBO, I think it was on. I watched the whole series, and there was an episode 9 had me bawling. Like I'm a thug, right? I'm a gangster. I don't do that necessarily, but it had me bawling because it dealt with Black Wall Street. Yeah, I won't give it away, but there was a poem by Sonia Sanchez that was going along with some of the scenery, and it just had me, you know, very moved because to think about what our people did in Black Wall Street and other towns, like it was many other Black fully functioning neighborhoods or communities, towns, cities, right? To think what they did right after slavery, smack dab in the middle of Jim Crow, like they were doing it, right? Because they had no choice. All they had was themselves. And here we are in 2020, so dependent on 2 white dudes who don't give a good goddamn about us at all. Like we feel like as Black people, well, if our candidate doesn't get in, or if we don't get, the Democrats don't win, then we've lost. You know, back then, our people wasn't fixated on who was in the White House. They were fixated on building their own house. And that's where we need to be. This is like a real wake-up call for us. At some point in time, like we just have to get it. We just have to decide that we are no longer going to make these politicians our plan A. They shouldn't be our plan A. We need to be our plan A. We need to count on us first. What do the old people used to say? If you want something done right, you know, you got to do it yourself. And that's the same thing for us. We got to do it ourselves. Now, they owe us. Don't get me wrong. They owe us, and they owe us big. But do we sit on our hands until they write us that check? Or do we pull together our $1.3 trillion that we see annually, and do we make a go of it? Do we just stop making excuses and stop, like, I don't know. I mean, 2020, a lot of people showed their asses. And what I mean by that is, you know, cussing out and cutting off family members. And I saw somebody, and I won't say their name because they're in this comment section, but they said, if you don't vote, then unfriend me. It's like, is that where we've gotten? Instead of you saying, well, if you don't go get something for your vote, maybe unfriend me. But because if you don't vote, that first of all, that's my right not to vote. But why are we not going to be friends? Because I'm doing what I want to do. Like, we got to cut off the nonsense. You should have said, you know what, regardless of who wins, let's get together as a people and get something, whether we get it by voting or whether we get it for ourselves. But I mean, I just, sometimes I look at my passport and I'm like, where do I want to go and go for good, right? But then some days I look at stuff like that movie or the series Lovecraft Country, and I see episodes like that, and I'm like, wow, our people really did some things. So it's possible for us to do it again, but only when we decide that we are gonna be our own plan A.
You know, I was just reading up on Lindsey Graham. He's about to give his congratulatory thank you speech. This man won re-election in South Carolina, a predominantly Black state, with a candidate an opponent that had record number of money raised against Lindsey Graham and his incumbency, and he lost just now. What the hell is going on? These are the candidates the Democrats put up, and you can't even beat a guy that didn't have any money. He didn't have any money, and he was an incumbent. That was the seat. Wait. Where was the backbone of the Democratic Party in South Carolina, Demetra? Where was the backbone of the Democratic Party in South Carolina, a predominantly Black state? That's my question. Could you please answer that, since you guys are the backbone?
Well, I mean, I think that Black women are called the black bone because, you know, Black women, you know, outvote Black men. I don't know about how much, but we know that Democrats really can't win without Black people. And so Black women, you know, show up. But this is the thing, though. And I hate to say it, you know, Black women, we all of that and then some. But when it comes to politics, we're very immature. Like, we go to bat for white supremacy and get absolutely nothing. Like that, you know. So what are we just doing it just to say she did that? You know, she like, what did you do? What did you do besides deliver your people into more despair? Like, if you are like, if you know you got the position, you got the hand up in any situation, do you go and just give it up? Or do you say, well, I know you need my services or you need me to help you. However, it's going to cost you something. You ask for something. You don't just go in there and say, well, you know, they said I was cute and that's all I needed. Or cute ain't going to get you nothing because looks fade after a while, right? Actually get something for your people. The Black woman is the mother of civilization. And, you know, you going in there, you know, bending over, not that way, but, you know, to the white man, just so you can say, well, we the backbone. You know, be the backbone and actually bring something home, bring some meat on that backbone back to the Black family. Then we can have more respect for that decision politically. But the backbone of what?
Yeah, somebody just commented on another page that I'm sharing this with, saying, well, so what, you know, that Lindsey Graham got reelected. The 5-star says this all the time. Mitch McConnell is running this country. Legislation has to go through the Senate. Now, because the Black woman, and I'm not saying this is what you guys said. You're the backbone of the Democratic Party, right? Black women love to be mentally masturbated, and that's great, and I'm fine. You guys are dope. I love you guys. We just lost 2 seats that we should have kept to take over the Senate that could put any president in check and run a legislation through. We just lost 2 seats. The Black women did not show up. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense how.
What the Senate numbers look like?
Well, I haven't got the numbers there, but Lindsey Graham won re-election and Doug Jones lost. So that was 2 seats that they had counted on to help get the majority. The Democrats need at least 5 seats to take the majority with vice presidential help.
Shannon, I was actually typing that in. I typed it in the comment section. Lovecraft Country with what's her name? Journey Smollett, Courtney B. Vance, and a couple other people in there. I can't think of the names right now, but it's a really, really good series on HBO. I really liked it, but that episode right there, and the last part, I ain't gonna tell y'all, but that the very last line in the end of the season, oh man, that was a wake-up call right there. I ain't gonna give it away. I'm gonna wait till everybody watch it, but that was my favorite line from the show on the last episode. But yeah, check it out. I mean, it's an interesting, different twists and turns, but you know, there's a lot of good messages in there. And it was it's actually produced and it's created by Jordan Peele. So you guys know he is
a quick update. Washington, Oregon, and California just went to Joe Biden. Of course, that's 187 to 114. So he's ahead now by 187 to 114. However, those states back east that haven't been called yet, when those bad boys come in, look out.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely getting interesting, we'll see, but yeah, so yeah, that's the name of the show, and I think people should check it out. Very enlightening. If you're really watching and paying attention, some things will really stick out to you as thought-provoking. But yeah, I mean, we're just at a point as Black people, like, and then this is another thing too. We always are very concerned about everybody else. How many of y'all, and listen, I'm not saying we shouldn't care about other people, but how many of y'all ran on and lamented about kids in cages and what they're doing to the immigrants more than you did your own people? Like, how many of you actually did that? So, I mean, it's gotta be Black first. Everybody else does it and nobody gets mad at it. But when Black people say, oh, well, I want to get some Black people, just like with Obama, well, Obama didn't do anything specifically for Black people, but he was the president of like, we gotta stop saying those things and really just get it in our minds that we need to get something too. We're not saying it should be all ours, but we're saying we should at least get something with everybody else. That's all we're saying. Demand something of these candidates, whoever it is. And I know a lot of people don't like Trump, but he's sitting down, and it might be for show. Hell, I don't know. But he is talking to people. Even if he is pandering, he's at least talking to people. Joe Biden and his people are like, hey, you know what? We'll talk to y'all Negroes after the election. We'll get back. Come on.
Hey, real quick. I'm going to give a quick update here. Pennsylvania results right now. Donald Trump is at 57%. Joe Biden is at 42%. Why is that so important? That is supposed to be Joe Biden's home birth state, his home state, and he can't hold it. If he loses Pennsylvania and he's losing, oh my God, he's losing Michigan by almost 11 points. If he loses those two, Donald Trump most likely will be reelected president. Doesn't look good right now.
It looks like Florida, with 97% reporting, Trump is up 51% to 47%. He gonna make the y'all looking at that too. Whatever. He finna make that up so fast it's gonna hurt your head. It's gonna hurt your head, man. And the crazy part is, Ohio, he's up 53 to 45. Texas, he still has like a 4-point lead. That's 38 electoral votes. So if Joe gonna get it, Joe better win some of these here that's on the rocks right now. Because Texas has 74% reporting.
So it's almost a closed door event now. But yeah, again, the way we need to look at this, regardless of who wins, Black people, we have to wake up. There's no point now. We have to wake up. There is no more options. We are out of options. Nobody's coming to save us. We have to start doing stuff different. We can no longer continue to do the same thing and expect a different result. We've talked about it for years. Demetra and I, we go back years. We talked about it for years. The 5 Stars talked about it. Yes, elections are local. Politics is local. However, if you don't understand it, you don't know what you're voting for, and you're one of those people that is an immature voter, you're going to be doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, and it's not going to happen. Again, social media has made it to where it used to be regional, all these politics. I didn't give a shit what was happening in Georgia, New York, or whatever. But because of social media and the internet now, for the very first time, we are now talking to each other. Because what happens in Texas happens in California, and so on and so on and so forth. And everywhere we go, I don't care what Black neighborhood you live in, you have liquor stores, you have check cashing spots, just like we do over here in California in our neighborhoods. And all this stuff needs to change. And it's only going to change if we start holding these candidates accountable, not only when they're in office, but before they get there. How does Maxine Waters live in a $6 million mansion as a public servant? It doesn't make sense.
Your Senate race for the seats, Democrats 42, Republicans 43. Whoever gets to 51 first.
Exactly. And we've already lost 2 seats. So
again, what is going on? What's really going on?
It looks like there is not enough of us, with Black people being only 13% of the population. There is not enough of us to overwhelmingly win these elections. It just, I mean, in certain areas, yes. But as you see, when this thing started tonight, white people were 50-50 just about. Even in Texas, I mean, it's so close there. And in Florida, that is the white vote. So with 13% of the population, if we would be smart with our vote, we can decide this election our way. But you know what? We don't ask for nothing. We don't say nothing. And the Democrats, even with our vote, okay, what do they say, Demetria? What, 8%? Let's just say Black people are voting 8%. I don't know what the number is tonight. We're voting 8% Democrat of our population. So 80% of the Black vote. Yeah, 80% of the Black vote is going to the Democratic Party right now. We're doing everything we can do. Just like in the last election, the white woman vote and some of those people, they're voting Republican. And like I said earlier in this show, never underestimate white supremacy. Because at the end of the day, what they do, they smile in your face and they talk behind your back. And my parents taught me that when I was a little boy. And I'm not saying all these people are bad, but what I'm saying is they see that Donald Trump is going to uphold white supremacy with Black people being shot in the streets, even though Democratic prosecutors and judges are putting these people in jail and all kinds of other stuff. We're in a situation that we're in because we are not politically mature. We have to start doing something different.
I totally agree, man. I think we're spinning our wheels at this point. I think we are spinning our wheels at this point. But you know what I'm proud of? As we navigate these programs and as I travel the U.S. and I get to talk to different African Americans in different communities all over the country, a lot of us are really waking up. A lot of us are really waking up. And the youngsters, you can't run no game on them. They not trying to hear it, bro. They not trying to hear it, man. So I'm very proud to say I've worked in a lot of communities all over the country, and I've had the opportunity to work with a bunch of woke Black people. And they're finally starting to see. See, the veil has been pulled off of the Democratic Party. We've all figured you out. Those that even don't want to admit it. You've used us for 60 years to get what you wanted. You didn't take care of us along the way. And these last few elections, you're starting to feel it. You're starting to feel it because we can't keep doing this. See, now it's too late for me to fight for me. I got to fight for my grandbabies. I got to make sure they straight when I leave this place, man. And that's why I'm woke and I'm not going to sleep no more. It's nothing these people can tell me because I'm not trying to hear it anymore. So I think that the Democratic Party, especially in Harris County, because that's where I'm from, I think you need to go back to the table and you just need to create you a board. Remember at the end of Friday Night Lights when the coach was knocking the names off the chalkboard? You just need to look at every single race and put you some name tags on under them races. Who would be the best people for that? You're going to come right back to the Gary Monroes, the Travis McGee's, the Larry McKenzie's. You're going to come back to the people that are real change agents. Because these people that you're putting up, they're not worth anything. They're bought and paid for, man. And we know we can't win that battle. When we already got our backs against the 8-ball. You know, we already behind the 8-ball. But then you got the black folk playing against us too. Well, I tell you what, man, I'm woke. And I ain't tipsy. But I'm steady drinking these bushes on y'all, telling all y'all business. Hallelujah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of hard to. I don't want to say. It's just kind of hard to say. You know, Joe Biden very well may win. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's over. He might pull it out, but I mean, from the way the last 3 years of trying to get this man out and vilifying this man, and I'm not a Trump supporter, and just dogging him out and scaring everybody and fighting your brother and your cousin and your friend for over 25 years and all this other stuff. This is the best that we can do. Now the question is this: with only 13% of the population, and we knowing that we give 80% of our vote to the Democratic Party, you can't put this on us. Something else is going on. It's either the Latinos, especially here in California, a lot of Hispanics think that they're white and they will, vote whatever they're going to vote, and these other groups. So you can't put this on us.
Man, we didn't vote that man in, and it wasn't our responsibility to get him out. Go talk to the people that voted him in. That's who you need to be talking to. So, I mean, they can be mad at whoever they want. Maxine Waters, everybody can be mad. But I know one thing, because I ain't said it at all tonight. If you're mad, you ain't gonna do a goddamn thing.
So moving forward, would this be a good time, no matter who gets voted in, to start thinking about forming our own party or going to another party?
If we start our own, it wouldn't be no worse than going over to the green. But the problem is, we ain't gonna do that. That's too much like right. I don't see us doing it. What you think, Dimitri?
That's what we should be doing. We should be forming our own party. We should be independent of the Democrats and the Republicans. But we won't do it. That's what Dr. Claude, I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. That's what Dr. Claude Anderson said. He says we either, put up our own candidate or, form our own party or not vote. Of course, now he was, impressing upon people, to get out there and exercise their right to vote this time. But we know we're not going to, form our own party. We know we're not going to put up a candidate as one people. And so a lot of people really just decided to hold their vote. A lot of people listened to Malcolm X when he asked us, what are you doing it for? You voting for evil is still choosing evil. You're not getting anything for getting out there and quote unquote exercising your right to vote. He also said we should be forming our own party and putting forth our own candidates, but we won't do it. But that's what we should be doing. A party like the Democrats should not just assume we're going to vote for them. And that's what they did even this time. They just assumed to where, like I said, and I know a lot of people don't like it, or Kamala was very just flamboyant and flippant with Black people. I'm not going to do anything, y'all. Huh?
Trash.
She was very flippant at, are you kidding me, Negroes? You wish. I'm not going to do. So, I mean, they just assumed that Black people would do it. And look how many of our own people did the bidding of Joe Biden and Kamala and didn't even ask anything from them. In fact, we had a lot of our people saying, well, if you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. And, all of that stuff. Instead of saying, hey, you know what? Let's form our own party. Let's make sure that we are such a force to be reckoned with that if it's the Republicans or the Democrats, they want our vote, they're going to have to come to the table with some meat on it. And mine's vegan because I don't eat meat, but with some meat on the table, something we really can sink our teeth into, but we won't do it. We won't do it because we are so glued to that mental butter biscuit. If I just go ahead and tap dance and scap dance for the master, I'm going to get a butter biscuit.
Let's think about it like this here. Joe, Kamala, if you'd have been talking the same thing the Green Party was talking, black folks would have rocked with you across the board. You ain't want to talk reparation, huh? You ain't want to give us our money, huh? Gonna cost you a bunch of money now. I suck my teeth on Joe Biden. You trash. Take that L and go home, homeboy.
Yeah, exactly. I look back and, okay, everybody knows I voted Green Party. I'm an independent, things like that. But that's what I'm saying, you guys. How many of you guys actually looked at the Libertarian Party, the Green Party, anything but these two parties? Because in my mind, these parties are the same. There's no difference. They have mastered the art now of nominating two of the exact same candidates so that you will vote against your own interests. So maybe we do need to form that party and put up our own candidates, or maybe we need to look at the Green Party and all these other parties and scare the living shit out of them. Because, like I said, we're not saying it's over right now, but this election should not be this close. And sure enough, first thing tomorrow, they're going to blame the black man, but you didn't reach out to the black man. And sure enough, your girl, Simone Sanders, she's just going to come on back and, I was with y'all the whole time, all these other folks, they're going to try to come back into the community, and y'all Negroes are going to let them. It doesn't make sense. How do you expect people to be excited? When this man was nominated, I didn't see any excitement from anybody other than the brainless, non-knowing, ignorant black voter. Nobody was excited about this candidate. And then even if you're not excited, and knowing that as a political person that I'm in, you write your platform. There is nothing in the Biden platform that's even progressive. He didn't want any progressives. He is a Dixiecrat. He's unapologetic. He's unapologetic about it. He is who he is. And that's what they put up. These numbers should not be this way. And I know a lot of people tomorrow are going to be upset if this man loses. And then, even if he does win, there's no guarantee he's going to win re-election if he doesn't do something for black people. Because I've asked my friends, we got to vote blue no matter who. Okay, fine. Then after 4 years, what you going to get? I want to know if you're going to have that same attitude after 4 years of Biden and him representing the status quo.
Say, where's our friend Angela tonight?
Yeah, she said she was going to be here.
Yeah, I wish she was.
She was here a couple hours ago. I did see her in the comment section.
I just wanted to make sure I got that crow for her to eat in the morning. Hopefully she on the show tomorrow night, because y'all counting them numbers, but you need to go look at them percentages and the number of polling places that have already turned in votes. Trump is really sitting comfortable.
And, and of course, it ain't over yet. Stranger things, I know, but, we want to, keep that door open, because I'm like I said, I'm vegan. I'm not going to eat no crow. So, but yeah, and Donovan hit a good point with Simone Sanders, one of Biden's top campaign advisors. She told black men to, be quiet. Don't stop speaking when you're not spoken to. And she was specifically talking to Uncle Luke Campbell, the 2 Live crew, when he basically said Kamala, if she gets to the national stage with Trump, she is going to have to answer as to why her record on crime and black people is worse than Donald Trump. And Simone Sanders got mad and basically said black men should be quiet. And so, here we go, late in the game. Hey, black man, how y'all doing? I know we ain't talked to y'all in a while, but so here we go. And then John, how you doing from YouTube? You guys, rest of you guys can't see the comment. It says, what do we need to do? I think he said what we need to talk about is where to spend our money in our black businesses. I think that's what you're saying. We need to talk about that. But I think if you're asking where do we spend it, well, the perfect example I can give is I can't remember where it was. I think it was on one of Tavis Smiley's covenant things. And Farrakhan, he broke it down. He says, well, black people, we eat bread, right? Yeah, most black people eat bread. Says, why not get a farm, cultivate some wheat, harvest the wheat, go on and grind it up into, your mills and fashion it into bread, transport it to the stores, and then sell bread to black. So the stuff that we do on an everyday basis, a lot of times we try to do it big. Oh, I'm going to have me a this and that type of business where ain't nobody going to go to. But one thing that's why all the foreigners, they set up the stuff we like and we partake in our communities, liquor stores and, smoke shops and pawn shops and all that other stuff. Those are the things we need to be doing too. We know in most black neighborhoods, there's a lot of food deserts, right? We can use a really good grocery store that's going to keep our people healthy. So, and Carter G. Woodson talked about those things. Let's stop trying to do big fancy things off the rip. Let's, do the things that we already spend money on. Cleaners. Everybody at one point in time takes their clothes to the cleaners. Why should the Asians continue to get your black dollars to clean your clothes? Hell, that's the shit we used to do. Now everybody else is doing the things that we spend money on as far as necessities. Everybody else is doing it but us. Let's start with those things. So it looks like Donovan and Gary are looking for the numbers and all of that. I'll leave that to y'all. But yeah, and Joe Nelson.
I'm looking at our friend Judge David Newell with 32% of the precincts voting up 55 to 45.
How is now Copeland doing?
I'll check for you.
Jonelle says we should want black-owned everything and move our economics toward our own desire. Build and support self first. Let's get some black-owned everything, especially hospitals. So those are the things we need.
Real quick, I'm going to cut you off. It looks like some of the states that are too close to call right now, I think the Democratic Party had a feeling that they were going to need those lawyers because some of the deciding states, it's just too close to call right now. So I just put in there, send in the lawyers, because I think it's going to come down to a legal challenge to decide those states. So we might be here a very, very long time.
I mean, it is probably realistically going to take days for them to officially call it. The Democrats are going to send in their lawyers. We know Trump is going to send in his lawyers. And so I think it's going to be pretty messy. If it's not an outright winner tonight, and even if it is, let's say Trump does lose, Trump is not going to pick up his toys and go home politely. They're going to have to snatch that man up out the White House.
No, exactly. No. He can't afford to concede the election because he would be subjected to lawsuits. Right now, he is being shielded because he has executive privilege. The minute he loses, those lawsuits go forward. The grabbing the pussy lawsuit, the all that other good stuff, all that goes forward because he lost that immunity. So he's not going to concede. He's going to take this as far as he can take it. Well, the thing Errol Jones says, and the Supreme Court will take care of any challenges by the Dems. I don't think so, because like I said, the voting is still going on. And of course, we've voted overwhelmingly. But we all know the popular vote doesn't elect the president. But the Supreme Court has already ruled in, I think it's Wisconsin, that the votes must be counted. So that's now precedent, and that's going to be their stance. You can't just say rule in one state and then don't count in another state. So it's going to come down to those votes and, of course, Electoral College. So there's a lot of stuff in play here. It's still in play.
Yeah, so I mean, I know it's and hey Arson, how you doing? It says, but right at the moment, who's up so far? It looks like Biden is up so right now. There's still a lot of states trying to decide or call it key states, that is. So right now, it looks like Biden is up.
Yeah, Biden is 187 to 114 as of right now, but that's because a lot of contested states back east haven't been called yet.
Right. So, I mean, I know it's a nail biter for a lot of people, but, you know, don't let it get you down. Don't let it stress you out. You know, golly. I mean, as Black people especially, we are survivors, right? We've gotten this far through all the hell we've been through. So this next 4 years, regardless of who gets in the White House, I don't think it's going to make or break us. I think we are going to make or break us if we decide to continue on the path we are on right now. We got to just really, you know, get down to business and, you know, figure out the next step like right now, because we don't have a lot of time.
I mean,
let me ask you this.
My thing to this is, how is it going to break us, those that feel that way? Man, we dealt with bondage. We've dealt with so much as a people. You think one election is going to break us? Man, come on, man. You put all the eggs in that basket. Jonelle asked, so what do we do now? You get up in the morning and you get your hustle on. You get up in the morning, you feed your family. It doesn't matter who's in that office. They don't even know we exist. You got to get up and be men and women, regardless of who sits in them seats.
You know, at the end of the day, though, if you really think about it, this pandemic has been going on damn near close to a year. What has really changed in the Black community? I look on social media, I see Black folks going to birthday parties. They still doing mass gatherings. They're still, you know, going down to the beach. I mean, what's changed for us? We're still smoking the weed. We're still getting our drink on. I mean, what has changed? And see, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but that is kind of a good thing when you're at the bottom of the economic scale and all hell is breaking loose, because we are the least people to lose anything because we don't have anything. And this is what we're talking about, the money. There are more people above us that would rather slit their throat because they just lost their job, 100,000, a six-figure job, or they just closed their business. But when you're on the bottom, as we've been since, you know, day one, because none of these parties wants to address a debt that is owed to us, life just goes on. Nothing pretty much has changed for us. We haven't, out of all the groups in this country, we have yet to lose anything of substance. We don't have any businesses, corporate type, you know what I mean? I mean, that's just, we're consumers. We don't have anything to lose. We consume everything. What? Your cell phone services stop? What, your cable's been cut off? You got a stimulus check and you still went and bought that 75-inch TV. By the way, they got 85 inches out now. I mean, what has changed for us as a people, as a whole? Not much. Not much. So
I tell you, some old coach taught me, say, man, if you train hard, you do everything that you're supposed to do. On game day, you just execute. That's it. We do all the hard work in practice. So the primary was practice. Now, when it came time for the game, for the real game, which is today, before you got to the game, you decided to alter the blueprint, especially in Harris County. And even with all your mass cheating, look at where you at right now. Look at where you at right now. I gotta address it. And after the election is over, they still got gifts to bring you. You couldn't, the way it looks right now, if it was to end right now, because like you said, ain't no telling what's going to happen between now and then. If it ends right now, was it worth going to jail and still taking a L? See, the Democratic Party is in shambles. They are in shambles. This is just how I feel in my heart. All you need to do is you need to develop your candidates. You need to find some good candidates, man. And I believe what you've been saying all night, Donovan, that we just did not have good candidates. They didn't have them. They did not have them. And I felt the strongest of the bunch, and I said his name several times over the last few months, was Andrew Yang. I think Yang would have gave him a run for his money.
Yep, I agree with you. I think Yang would have gave him a run for his money. For his money, because he was actually talking about something that would help everybody. And where are we at now? Because like we haven't talked about the coronavirus at all tonight, but where are we at now, especially with this coronavirus? People needing a stimulus package. But Andrew Yang was talking about that with his universal basic income. You know, hey, let's give every American $1,000 to $2,000 a month, age 18 and over, to help, you know, with whatever you need to help. That would also boost the economy. And so now that bill, like nobody's even talking about the stimulus package anymore. It's just completely stopped negotiations or whatever it is in Congress. But Andrew Yang, he was talking about a lot of things for everybody that would have actually helped people. But Damien said it, they gave us, in Gary's words, trash candidates to decide from. Even Bernie was talking about something for people. He wasn't talking about reparations, but he was talking about getting rid of student loan debt and, some other things, key things, Medicare care for all to help people with medical coverage. So there was a lot of good things in there. But right now, if you look at Joe Biden and Trump, they're pretty much saying the same things. Now they're saying it just a little bit with a different twist, but they're saying the same things. They both want to give more money to the police. They don't want to defund the police. They don't believe in, necessarily Medicare or for all, and what they have pretty much the same stance on Social Security. And, so it's like there wasn't really a big, game changer between either one of them. But I actually like Andrew Yang. I did my research on Andrew Yang. And I thought
we were one of the first ones to talk about him. Nobody really had heard of him until we started talking about him.
Yeah, and I was like, to me, it's a no-brainer. What aren't people really understanding? Like, this dude really wants to, and imagine how well that message would have been received right now with the coronavirus going on, with so many people losing it all. Imagine.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just rambling with.
Donovan, Shannon Strickland wants to know, explain the difference of the House of Representatives, Senate, and Congress.
Okay, basically, the Congress is the culmination of the House and the Senate, okay? And the either the Senate or the House can propose a bill and make it. And let's say the Senate says, well, I want to do this bill. And they send it to the House, they get their committees, they get together, and then they negotiate if that bill is going to be feasible, what they like in, and they take out what they want, they put in what they want, amendments and all that other thing. Remember that thing, Gary, when we were growing up, the after school special, how a bill was made?
Yeah.
That little thing? What was it called? After School Rock or something?
Schoolhouse
Rock. Yeah. And it kind of showed you how a bill was made. Now, the difference between the House and the Senate is the Senate, being only 100 people, every state gets 2 representatives that is popularly elected. With conjunction of the Senate, they help confirm and approve the president's cabinet. And they also appoint Supreme Court justices and federal judges. The House has nothing to do with that. They have oversight. The House is the more powerful one. Why is that? They control the money. They control the money. That's why Nancy Pelosi is the 3rd member in the succession of leadership. So if the president got killed, then the vice president got killed, Nancy Pelosi would step up and be the next representative, because she represents a more populist thing within the House. Because even though she's a Democrat, she is still Speaker of the House as a whole. So that's pretty much the difference in them. And again, your House of Representatives every 2 years. The Senate is every 6 years. Think about this though. You get one term in the House, you get a 6-figure salary for the rest of your life and healthcare.
Yeah, so yeah, Donovan, he pretty much hit the nail on the head. In the Senate, they are, the lawyers. They are the lawyers, and they propose bills and all of that. And so they're at the end of the day, the commonality is they are all supposed to be working for the American people, but a lot of them are not. A lot of them have gone to Congress and have greatly enriched themselves and their buddies, and they've kept all of the wealth to themselves. A lot of them are the 1% now, so they've kept the wealth to themselves, and they're supposed to be going to Washington helping the people who got them there, and they just refuse to do it. Like somebody like Mitch McConnell, he's like, I don't even care if y'all eat cake. I don't give a rat's ass about you. I don't care about you getting no health care. I don't care about you getting no stimulus package. Matter of fact, y'all can ball up and die, as far as I'm concerned. So,
yeah, I said this to Dimitri. You used to do the show here in California. If you want to know how politics works and how it's working right now, and it's been working like this for a very long time, there's a movie. Black folks, get your pens out. Write this down. Homework assignment. Go watch The Distinguished Gentleman with Eddie Murphy and Sheryl Lee Ralph. That will tell you exactly how Congress works. When you get elected to Congress, the very first thing that you do, or you will happen to you, is you have these people called lobbyists. Some of them are former Congress members, and they throw money at you for your reelection. Do you guys know that you have most of your congressmen don't even read the bills that they vote on? They don't even know what's in them. Most of them don't have time, because you know what they're doing with most of their time. Instead of looking out for you, they're raising money for their reelection. They spend 90% of their time talking to donors. Hey, I need this, whatever. Oh yeah, let me get that. Give it to my staff. Hey, I'm getting this $5,000 dinner plate. That's what they worry about. Again, Maxine Waters, when she won election back in 1988, this woman was estimated to have about $80,000 of wealth. She lives in a $6 million mansion in Calabasas, California, which is about 30 miles north from her district. By law, she's supposed to live in the district. But you know what these politicians do? They rent out their homes or policies, so it's a technicality because she still technically owns that house in the district, but she lives next to Dr. Dre and Beyonce and all them. Public servant while you're living in the hood. Compton, Inglewood, and those places, the new LA Rams stadium, that is Maxine Waters' district here in California. But they do this all over the nation, and we just let them.
Yep, we let them. We completely, the distinguished gentleman. Yeah, we completely allow them to do it. And Black Titanic from YouTube, how you doing? He says Mitch McConnell has been reelected even with the Breonna Taylor cover-up. Now, that's what really mattered. People should have been getting together to get Mitch McConnell's ass up out of there. He is the one that's putting the kink in the chain and effing up the rotation for everybody. But to your point, especially that Breonna has not gotten justice for the wholesale murder of her. That right there. But that goes to show you, with all of that marching, all of that protesting, what did it actually get? What did it actually do? Yeah, it brought some awareness. But did it bring enough awareness to say, hey, you know what? Mitch McConnell needs to go. He is the one that mentored Daniel Cameron. That was his boy. And his boy was, taking orders. We're not gonna find these white police. Matter of fact, y'all know what? Here's something that's really effed up. The police officer that was fired is suing Breonna Taylor's boyfriend for him losing his damn job. And you know what the other effed up part is? He's probably going to win. He's probably going to get a jury of his peers, because we don't really like jury duty like that, and we should. But he's probably going to get a jury of his peers to say, you know what, fellow white man, brother, you were wrong how they did you. Yes, you should be compensated for what happened to you. You were just doing your job. And those Negroes, they shouldn't have been. He's probably going to win. That's the really, you know what we gonna do? Gary, what you say we gonna do?
Not a goddamn thing.
At all.
Not a goddamn.
And the bad thing is, he's going to get probably retro paid. They're going to give him his back pay and all that other stuff.
I mean, people looking at the numbers: Biden 229, Trump 128. Kick back. Just kick back. The other states got to come in, y'all, and them big number states, man. And he got some comfortable leads in some of them states.
Yeah, nationally, I have Biden at 192 to Donald Trump's 118. We're still waiting on those other states.
Yep.
I mean, if your candidate, whoever your candidate is, I say keep hope alive. I just keep saying I didn't have a dog in the fight at all, because I got to put food on my table regardless of who's in that mug. Okay, I got to make it happen. None of them are going to make it happen for me. And so I just, if you got some money on your candidate or your hopes on your candidate, I would just say good luck. But Darnell says Kilpatrick is free. Well, good. Like I said, I think Kilpatrick did some things that he should have done some time for. But hell, all these white folks, it's springing free, getting out after some of the 2 minutes in the clink. So yeah, let Kwame Kilpatrick out. In fact, you know what? Trump would really have my respect if you start opening the doors to some of those Black Panthers. But see, he probably ain't gonna do that because he ain't trying to piss off his base too much. But maybe if he gets in there, he's like, well, hell, what do I got to lose, right? Let free them all. I mean, you never know. That would be impressive to me.
Yeah, Terry Hayes says Biden is now leading in the popular vote. That's to be expected. But guess what? Hillary won the popular vote by 3 million. She ain't president. So, I mean, I know that's kind of cool that he's, leading, but that's not going to get you to the presidency at all. So,
it's cool to be popular. But popular ain't going to win this. It's called electoral. That electoral college is going to be the people, is going to be the person that picks the next president. And like I'm saying, the numbers look like Trump is out of here. Kick back. Kick back. That's all I'm telling you. If you understand this, just kick back, because Biden better go get that. What do you need? 280?
270.
Well, Biden, my brother, look, let me tell you a secret, Biden. You, they say you got 220 right now. All you need is 50. Trump got to make up all that ground and get to 280. Something strange finna happen, man.
Yeah. Monroe, here's the deal. It's kind of like, a track runner when they're like sprinting, or like when you're with your lady, and you're giving it, the best shot. Once that shot is shot, ain't nothing else coming. The Democrats have shot their best shot on the West Coast. That's it.
Nipsey would say it best right now when it deals with Trump right now. It's a marathon, partner. This ain't no sprint. It's a marathon, man. And Trump just creeping around the track right now. He ain't running hard. And I'm telling you, he's so cocky. He's sitting in that White House just laughing. Unless something catastrophic happens, he gonna dog walk Joe, man.
See,
and when
and
that
that's
happens with the lead that Joe has, the Democratic Party got to go back to the drawing board.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Their strategy is no different than 2016. You lost in that aspect. Here you are 4 years later, and you're using the exact same strategy with the exact same candidates nominated, candidates that people don't want. It's like they don't learn anything from their past mistakes. It's like we reward these people for losing. It's crazy. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna the Lakers. LeBron came here in 4 years. If that fool did not deliver a championship, we were going to run his ass out of town. He had 2 years to do it, to deliver a championship, and he did so. But the Democratic Party, it's like, well, here we are. Now they shot their shot on the West Coast. That's it. I mean, 8 votes here, 9 votes there. They better hope these close elections. I don't really think they want to win, man. It just doesn't make sense. With $330 million after so-called being bankrupt after the Hillary Clinton debacle, and you didn't spend all that money or come close to spending it, something's up. The strategy doesn't make sense.
Well, Texas.
Wow. Yikes. It's almost all red. Wow.
Is it red or is it pink?
Yeah. I mean, they haven't called it yet, but yikes.
You know what I actually thought, though? I thought that Biden was going to win and it was going to be a clean sweep, like right away. I honestly thought that.
I thought I was going to go to bed by at least 9:30.
Yeah, I really thought that, that Biden was going to win, and he still may win. I don't know. But I thought it was going to be a sweep, like, whoo, people were sick of Trump shit type of sweep, but the fact that they are, dueling it out still, it does make you question. I mean, we know the answer, right? But what the hell is wrong with America? Not talking about black people, but I'm just saying in general, what happened to all these good white people that was sick of Trump shit? They were, gonna get together and overwhelmingly they gonna get them out of there.
Here's the funny thing. The Democrats cape so hard for Hispanics, which is okay if that's what you want to do. But here in California on the West Coast, since the Hispanics think that they're white or they identify with white folks, these are the very people that are voting for Trump. All these Hispanics. Right. I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, the Hispanics, okay, the Democratic policies bring these Hispanics here, and which is fine. You can do what you want to do, but then they overwhelmingly vote for Republican against their best interests. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, like I said, though, Hispanics have an economy to protect, and so they might be looking at who's going to, deliver for them tax-wise and all of that, and then like you said too, a lot of Hispanics they don't relate to their own people. They don't want to be seen as that. They want to be seen as white. I mean, look how a lot of Hispanics treat black people. We're starting to see more and more of them get froggy with black people. LAPD is over 50% Hispanic, and what are you seeing in some of these a lot of these brutality videos? You're seeing Hispanics killing black people, whooping on black people. And so to me, that is very telling,
Okay. Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
In the pink is the states that Trump is leading in. So let's go to Montana. 50 to 47. All right?
Yep.
Iowa, 51 to 48.
Within 3 points.
Wisconsin, 51 to 46. Michigan, 54 to 43. Ohio, 53 to 45. Over here in Pennsylvania, 56 to 41. Donald Trump, 50 to 48. in North Carolina, Georgia, 53-45. And Florida, 51-47. Last but not least is Texas. Let's see if we can open this up. Now, can you see this?
Said that Texas was called for Trump.
Exactly. Because look at the map, though.
Yep.
All he won was the big cities. What did I say earlier? It's the rural counties. It's the rural counties that pushed him over the top with Texas. That's 38 electoral votes.
These people need to hire us to run their damn campaigns, because whoever these people are listening to, they don't want to win.
Terry Hayes just updated us. Remember what it was a few minutes ago? Electorals. Biden 223, Trump 204.
Yep.
He finna dog walk him, dog. He finna dog walk him. Stop sleeping on those country cities and counties, because that's where his people reside.
Shannon is saying that North Carolina is going for Trump as well. What's the details on that?
On Carolina, let's go back and look at our map. Hold on.
North Carolina, yeah.
Let's go over here and look at Carolina. So let's open up Carolina a little bit. All right. So it won't open up like Texas did, but Carolina, is it giving us? Hold on a second. I'm trying to get it open for us. Hold on. Hold on a second. So Carolina, it's not telling me, but remember, he's the ones in pink, he's leading. He's leading in those states. He's actually leading in those states. Hold on, let's go over here to Texas.
And Terry is saying that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania is going to give Trump the win.
I think they should hire us, because we seem like some experts tonight.
Well, you know,
and the crazy black Republican.
Well, you know, Pennsylvania, if he cannot win his home state, he doesn't deserve to be president. There's something wrong when you can't win your home state. Al Gore would have been president. Florida wouldn't have been a problem at all if he lost Florida, if Al Gore had won his own home state of Tennessee. So.
And you wanted to go to North Carolina. Hold on, let's see. I think I got another way of pulling it up. Okay, here we go. So if you guys can see that, everything in pink, Trump is leading. You see what I'm saying? But if you look again, they went after the big cities. Biden went after the big cities, and Trump and them played the county game. He played the county game. So, you know, it is what it is, man. I want to look, if y'all don't mind, let's look at Florida like that. Okay, so now we'll go to Florida.
Yeah, Florida's close.
You see what I'm saying? Biden, big cities. But the rural counties, the hell with them. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
It just won Ohio. I mean, am I behind that? It looks like he just won. Trump just won Ohio as well.
Terry, give us an update on the states that Trump that he has just won. So, and give us an electoral count, because Terry's been ahead of all the news stations tonight. And
yeah, right now, from what I see, they should have caught Ohio a while back. I mean, he's up by 9%, 9 points. So
they just called it for Trump. But I want to touch upon something.
Terry said Florida, Texas, and Ohio went to Trump.
I think it's over.
Done.
All that fussing Trump was doing, and he had it, not in the bag, but goddamn.
I guess his people gonna have to stand by a little bit longer then.
Listen, I said it, and you know, in some circles they call me Nostradamus, but if Trump does win, I'm telling you, it's because he had that negress. I mean, Biden had that negress on the ticket with him.
Well, we tried to tell them that. We tried to tell them that you picked the wrong one. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you had to pick a woman, man, you could have went with Elizabeth Warren. You'd probably been better off. But no questions, Kamala tanked the team when you put on the team.
The minute she was
out of all the players you could have picked, he went and picked Rudy.
Right. I mean, the minute, and we did a show on it, 5 Star. The minute she was announced as his running mate, during that week, he lost what was it, Dimitri? 8 to 11 points. I mean, just like that in that 1 week. But we don't know what we're talking about. Oh, you're hating on Kamala. No. I'm from California. I have to go by her record, and I'm telling you what a terrible person this is. Okay, you got California regardless. But the thing is, this woman and their history, what did I say? The mass incarceration ticket. What did I say? They created the mass incarceration ticket and expected you guys to go with it.
And you know what, too? He might have been better off keeping Amy Klobuchar on there. You know, black people didn't like her because she's the same as Kamala Harris, but white people would have, she would have been more palatable to white people, I think. They would have said, well, you know, she's not perfect, but she ain't black either. So we can take that ride with her, but for the life of me, I don't understand the Kamala pick. I don't.
Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive.
Yeah, the state of Hawaii's poll will be closed. Hawaii is the last state. So within the next hour, Hawaii will close and we'll get the numbers from that.
Keep hope alive.
And then Hawkins 75, how you doing from YouTube? He says, hell, I think it would have been a walk-off home run if Michelle Obama would have ran. They was, if it was a choice between Kamala and Michelle, they picked the right one because they was not gonna have Michelle. Or listen, don't let these white people fool you. And they might have brought her books. They might have, Michelle, we just love her, but they would not have wanted her back in the White House.
I mean, and nothing wrong if that's your opinion, but you got to really use your common sense. You think after 8 years of Obama as president, they were just going to let his wife and his black ass walk back up in there and not use that to their advantage? Even us as black people, we see Obama. Whenever I see Obama, I get mad. I get mad because he didn't do nothing for us. So after 8 years of that, you think black people are going to, at least the majority of us, are going to fall for the Obama bullshit once again, much less a black woman? Michelle Obama, who has no political experience. Yes, she's a lawyer. I'm not saying she can't be qualified because goddamn Trump is in there. But I mean, let's be real. She is not that popular. She would have never, that would have never worked. Never worked. Politically, that would never work. Oh, it was sarcasm. Okay, I just want to make sure.
I don't think it would have mattered with Michelle, but I also know, and it's just something I be looking outside the box. Barack and Michelle came out of the White House not looking old as hell. And I don't think they wanted to deal with that anymore. We've done our thing. We good. We got the presidential pension for the rest of our life. We don't even have to deal with this anymore. Now he can go around, do his speaking tours, got his, his big thing with who was that with Oprah or Netflix?
Netflix.
Yeah, he ain't got to do that no more. He ain't got to go through all that. He's just an advisor now. So, his life will never be, man, that man ain't want no more of that. He wasn't finna let his wife go through that. So those that wanted Michelle, develop you a Michelle. It's a lot of strong African-American women out there in politics. Develop you a Michelle. But your problem is you're trying to develop white candidates by using a Latino leadership over the Democratic Party. It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
You said develop you and Michelle. Yeah, I mean, I know it was sarcasm, but I've heard and seen a lot of people say that Michelle Obama should have ran. I wouldn't have voted for Michelle Obama, just really on the strength that she denounced the minister and, Reverend Jeremiah Wright, two very giant pillars in the black community. Hell, she'll denounce them. She'll denounce black. Hell, denouncing them is denouncing black people. So I personally would not have voted for Michelle, but I don't think white people really want to see black people in the White House anymore like that. And check it out. Wait a minute, let me finish. They tried it out. Barack Obama, how many times in the last couple of weeks? Tried him out all over the place. He gave these rebel-rousing speeches, took Trump to task. And for Obama, in a lot of polls, even to this day, say he was the most beloved president. Why wasn't it a slam dunk? Bringing out, Barack Obama. Why wasn't it a slam dunk for the Democrats? I mean, you guys, like, y'all gonna blame black people. Okay, let's just get it out the way. You don't blame black people, specifically black men, but you're not gonna open your mouth to blame white people. Y'all not gonna do it.
I tell you this here, because they're gonna blame the war zone sooner or later. And they're gonna have something to say about us. But I'm a black man and I did not vote for Joe Biden, and Joe can kiss my ass. And that's all it boils down to. I wasn't going to vote.
I mean, well, think about this too. Okay, Obama was in office. Michelle was right there with him. Obama said himself he isn't for reparations. Now, Obama being of mixed race and not ADOS, okay, I can understand his stance. But here's his ADOS wife. You mean to tell me that this woman could not tell her husband, honey, we got to do reparations. This is our opportunity. Even in his second re-election. Oh, honey, we got to do something for our people. We got to do something for our people. This woman did not sit there and put that in his ear. I mean, and people are talking about she would make a good president if she was there for the 8 years and didn't say a damn thing in regards to her people, ADOS. What makes you think she's going to do something if she ran this time? I'm not falling for the okie doke again.
I think we should go into the lipstick business, because the next election, who asked y'all gonna kiss in this one? Because Trump finna be lamed up. This man is finna cut up so bad. And does it look like he's gonna have a supermajority, Donovan?
Are we gonna have a majority in the House?
Yeah.
No.
So he won't have a supermajority. But that means Trump will be a lame duck president. They'll control one side of the building. They got the Supreme Court. This dude finna cut up for the next 4 years, man. This finna be a comedy show. But get what? I want to thank all you clowns for falling for Joe's bullshit. Because it's going to be a comedy show. I just don't know how he can, the thing is, some things you don't need a sequel to. The best man, they should have left that alone. Miss Jane Pittman ain't never had no sequel. Say, man, I'm telling you, this Trump sequel is finna be bigger than Bad Boys 3. It's finna be ridiculous, bro.
And if you thought that tax cut that he did in his first term was something, you wait until the second term.
Let me tell you something, man. We got a saying down here, Dimitri. You gonna learn it. Al gonna put that naked woman on the hood sooner or later. He gonna put a fifth wheel on the car. And Trump is finna do what we say on the south side of Houston. He finna show naked ass for the next 4 years.
Amen to that. Amen to that. And
next 4 years, man.
You know, and I'm looking at it politically, and this is what I've been seeing. Pete Buttigieg, that is going to be who they're going to push as a nominee for the Democratic Party for the next time. Mark my words, say it right now. They're going to push Pete Buttigieg out there.
I can tell you this 4 years early. That ain't gonna work.
Right. No, they don't care for it to work. It's all about losing. The Democratic Party is a losing and dying party, especially for Black people. And just like Demetra always says, our job is to resurrect the dead. We are a walking dead people. So if you're walking dead, you're just going to vote. You don't care. I mean, how you should be upset at the fact that the first so-called Black president wasn't even ADOS. Then the very first so-called, or really third or fourth so-called Black woman nominated for the vice presidency is a first generation American. We got people that have been here for what, 6 generations back, maybe even farther back than that. And we haven't had a president of our own yet. And we keep voting for these other people. If Pete Buttigieg is not going to be the nominee, you know who the next nominee is? It's going to be a Hispanic person. Mark my words. That's going to be that's going to be the play. Hispanic AOC could be a potential person to gain the woman vote. Oh, we got to get behind the women power. How is that working for you, ladies? Every time we put up a woman, we lose. Geraldine Ferraro lost badly in the 80s to Ronald Reagan's ticket. We put up Sarah Palin, lost badly. They put up Hillary Clinton, the most qualified person, forget her sex, person ever to run for the presidency. Got her ass kicked by a guy that grabs women's pussies. It's not working. America is not ready. Demetra has said it. I have said it. They are not going to let a Black woman walk into the presidency when you don't even have an original Black man to walk into the presidency. It's not going to happen. I believe there will be an Asian president before there will be an ADOS president. What do you think to me?
I mean, like I said, it's anything can happen, right? Biden very well could pull this out. I mean, I guess, like I said, we won't know until we know, right? But with all of the bullcockery, if that's even a word, that Trump had going on in the last 4 years, we all should be asleep by now. We all should be in bed and say, "Ooh, that was, you know, it is what it is." But now Biden is going to be the next president of the United States, and again, he might be, who knows? But it should have been called with the way, you know, Trump handled things. I mean, the coronavirus, to me, that should have really been Trump's nail in the coffin, is the way he handled the coronavirus and the way he's still handling the coronavirus. Talking about we done turned the corner and just get out there like I did. Just jump right into the coronavirus and just get it. And you'll be all right. You know, I'm Superman. You know, even with that, to me, I thought people were going to say, okay, God damn it, that's enough. I'm sick of his shit. You know, we're going to get him out of there. And here we are. The polls closed in California, what, an hour ago, and we're still, Hawaii now is closed. I guess that's probably the last state. I don't know. And here we are still waiting to call it. So if Biden wins, he wins. But I think at the rate everything was going, I think he should have won already. That's just me.
Let me ask a question to the people. I know we're trying something tonight, and I think we've done an excellent job. How do y'all think we've been doing tonight? Because I think this has been far better than watching CNN. This has been far better than watching CNN. So I'm proud of my 2 independent partners, but they got to break out the champagne for their Republican homie, because we done kicked their ass tonight, partner. I told you we were gonna kick ass and take names on this day, man. So my Republican homies, I salute you.
I'm telling you, and again, congratulations on a great night, 5-star. I mean, a lot of the candidates and the slate that you put out, you told the people what was going to happen, and and it came true. I mean,
when you say that, when you say that, man, and I thought about it a little bit earlier, but I didn't say anything. My goddamn slate is almost like 85% accurate. 85% accurate. Who has a better percentage than me? Didn't happen. I'm sorry. But, I mean, we did the work. I mean, and I say that as a team, we did the work. So maybe next time, hopefully I'm still breathing, because I got health issues. And plus I'm on them bushes all night. I'm about 4 deep. I got 2 more to go. And I just want to tell y'all, I love y'all so much, all of y'all out there. And I know I'm a cigarette smoking, beer drinking, foul mouth monk, but I'm right tonight.
Hey, a quick update. The senator in Maine, again, this was a seat the Democrats were supposed to have won straight out. The senator in Maine, Susan Collins, that race is it's a dead heat. They're going to have to postpone it. Susan Collins is making a congratulatory thing, but they can't call the winner because it is technically a dead heat. So we don't know who won in Maine. It's going to they say it might take a week or 2. She should have been blown out of the seat.
And that's what I was thinking too. Like the Senate, it should have flipped. It should have flipped with no question at all. I mean, look at what not just President Trump, but look at what Congress has done to the American people. Even after the coronavirus, they're still people are still suffering. Nothing's going to change for people who wants the moratoriums for evictions or nothing's going to change for them. They're still going to be without a place to stay.
Okay. I think that, what we do is we deal with a lot of different issues and we talk about a lot of different things. But the one thing I like about this core group of us is that we give solutions to the problems. I'm going to tell you what we got to do. You got elections coming up next year. Clean house. Clean house. I love Fort Bend County right now, man, because they cleaned house. They didn't turn Fort Bend blue. People gonna say, oh, it turned blue. No, baby, it turned black. Bet on black in Fort Bend, man. They didn't play no games out there. You see what I'm saying? So I think we just need to go into the next set of elections. Those that have not done the job, let's get rid of them. Man, don't y'all know y'all got some 18-year-old kids in your house that can make some great state representatives? You got some 18-year-old kids in your house that could make some great school board representatives, city council people. Don't sleep on these youngsters, man. We're in a new age. And it's time for us to acknowledge that the baton has to be passed. The one thing I hated about Jordan when he kept coming back, give Kobe the baton, bruh. Let it go. Sheila Jackson Lee got mad love for you, but it's time for you to let it go. It's time for you to start grooming somebody. It's time to let the past go so that we can move forward as a people. And I'm willing to trust some of these youngsters, but I'm going to tell y'all something y'all don't know about. Danita Williams, that's finna win this school board seat in Fort Bend County, ISD. When I say if she lived in Oakland, she'd be a real Oakland Raider. She's a straight up outlaw. And she ain't going in there and play them games. She finna go in there and try to gather support to get rid of that damn superintendent. Danita is an outlaw and I love it because they said she had no shot. Yeah, you got a shot. All you got to do is get in the race. And what did I say yesterday? As long as Trump is in this race, he got a shot. I'm trying to hook up with him and see if I can get my hand on some of that real estate. He is poor as a president, but he got his hands on some real estate around here. I just make him a deal. Like, you ain't gonna catch me in bed with no man in no hotel room or in no hotel room with no crack pipe hanging out my mouth like that. It ain't gonna happen.
I guess Biden, from what I'm seeing on MSNBC, he's supposed to speak. What I don't know what he's going to say. It doesn't sound like it's a congratulatory speech or acceptance speech. I don't know what it is.
I'm going to tell you what he's going to say. I don't know what I'm going to do now, but you don't have to call me Sleepy Joe no more. Call me Throw Him In Joe. Throw him in, Joe. You let the crazy man whoop your ass.
Let me ask you this, Gary. So, we know that Sheila Jackson Lee won.
Yeah.
Why?
Because we are asleep at the wheel in certain communities. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think the African-American voter in Harris County is as informed as they portray. I think that they continuously go to the polls and they're going to vote name recognition. And that is a shame because I really feel in my heart that Wendell Champion would have brought the change to our community that we need. I mean, these people are so arrogant. The poll workers are out at the polls, right, Donovan? And they just hustling. They pay them to work at the polls. Or if you work for certain people, you can't work for Republicans. Well, bitch, you don't pay my light bill. Work for who the hell I want to work for. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is I really feel that a lot of voters here, they're not as informed as they portray. But I also feel that if you plan on whooping Sheila Jackson Lee, you got to practice for 4 years. You got to bring it to her ass for 4 years. If not, the queen is going to walk you.
See, and here's the thing. We had a lot of candidates here in California, and we had a young man that ran for mayor locally. And he would come on my podcast and stuff, and this guy always came up with ideas of what he wanted to do, how he wants to do it. I mean, he's our age, Monroe. And people got to know him from social media. This guy did this for our city runs for mayor every 2 years. So for 2 years, he was coming on the show. I was putting videos out there for him to help him out and stuff. I haven't got the exit polling here yet. But the point is, this guy ran against $500,000 opposition. But people knew who he was because he was putting in the work. He comes to City Hall, he talks, he has stuff on record. But then you compare him to the mayor, the incumbent, it's like this guy does more work than the mayor did. So I wouldn't be shocked tonight to find out if this man unseated the mayor. But like you said, you got to prep yourself before you go against these folks that have been sitting in the seat forever doing absolutely nothing. I mean, it's a new day. It's a new way to do it. Like I said, these podcasts, you could act a fool if you want. But right there, even in Harris County, the War Zone show brought on a lot of candidates that actually won tonight. And these people got to realize that this is the new way of doing things and getting your message out there and, speaking truth to power, So I just wish more candidates would do it.
Well, I tell you, man, that according to Terry, Georgia has stopped counting ballots until the morning. They've stopped counting the ballots until in the morning. As far as Wendell and Sheila, I'm proud to associate myself with a good dude like Wendell Champion, who not only galvanized, black people, but white people too. He resonated to everybody. Maybe not enough people. You feel what I'm saying? But I think Wendell lives to fight another day.
And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, because when I ran for city council, nobody knew me. I came out of nowhere. I still got a lot of votes, and Demetra was on my team. So 2 years later, I ran again, galvanized more votes. People were saying, "Tell me this cycle to run." But you know what? I told people I feel it's better for me to be a community watchdog in what I do with my podcast, and kind of like what you do with the War Zone, and just call these people to the table. But come election time, look how many local candidates wanted to come on my show because of the reach and the influence that I have. So again, if you're a politician out there, you're thinking about being a politician, and you're especially if you're in the Houston area, don't sleep on the War Zone. I would give the general a call and say, "Hey, this is what I'm thinking."
I can't sleep on the War Zone for one reason, because in the district that I live in, the school board election is next year. Now let's be real with it. If I decided to do it, the question is are you going to come out? Are you going to finally put the one man on the school board that then put the whole damn school district on his back? I put the whole school district on my back. I went to war for every kid in the district. Am I good enough to represent 240,000 children? In my heart, I feel like you, that my position is solidified. Where I'm at, being a watchdog, doing what I do, I think I'm more effective in this arena that I'm in. And I think that you guys just need to try to develop somebody who's going to actually go into these positions, whether it's school board or not, and just admit that it can't be about the money. You either have to be a politician or a public servant. And if you choose to be a public servant, they will have to come up with term limits for you, because you'll never lose. You'll never lose. So, my district comes up next year. Actually, that seat is going to be vacant in January, because the person that's in it, they won a judgeship. So they have to vacate the school board position. So they're like, "Man, are you going to apply for it?" Come on, dude. If I apply just to sit in the seat, man, them people not finna put me in there. It's going to take the people to put me in there. Them school board reps ain't going to put me on that school board. And Errol says, I don't act like a good Negro, so you don't hit their image. And I'm not. I'm not a house Negro. I'm not a sellout Negro. I'm a Negro that's going to go in there and turn his goddamn hat backwards and tell everybody in the room, "Let's get down to business, man." Well, Mr. Monroe, you ain't got no suit on. Yeah, I got my sweats on. What's the difference? I don't need to do all that fly shit. Let's just get it. Yeah, I believe that career politicians don't work for us either, Shane Holloway. I really believe that. I think you need term limits. But I also know that the school board in the Houston Independent School District needs to be expanded. They need more people. They need to be just as big as city council. 240,000 children. And right now you got school board reps that don't have a problem with a school that has 1,600 kids in it and only 88 of them showing up every day for school right now because of the pandemic. Why do we have that school open? We're spending more money just to open the school than to actually educate the children. It makes no sense. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's common sense on a lot of issues, man.
So if Georgia's going to suspend their voting, what are the chances that the other states will also do the same?
I can't tell you that one, brother. Most likely, they probably will. You know,
and then we have to wait. And then we would have to wait till tomorrow, because I think whenever a situation like that arises itself, which it doesn't happen often, that's where your backyard, your backdoor deals start happening. In the back room, and they start making decisions of should they go with this, should they go with that. So if I were people that are voting in those states or whatever, I would be very skeptical to what's going on in those backroom deals. So something to think about for those people that are voting.
Well, it looks like that Trump has won Iowa, which is 6 electoral votes, and looks like Trump has won Ohio, which is 18 electoral votes. He's slowly creeping.
This is still too close to call. I mean, they're right. He's within striking distance. It's just a matter of a few states, just like Terry has said. It's just a matter of a few states, and then it's a wrap. So, and that would kind of suck for Biden because, as you guys know, Biden has ran for the presidency. This is his 3rd time, and to be that close and to fall short, I don't know if he would make it to the end of next year. That would be devastating. But I've seen worse. So,
well, Aisha Wilson told me if I run for school board, then she'll help me. And this is my sister. I love her to death. The thing is I don't know if I want to do that. I really don't know. Look, man, I like traveling, helping other communities. I like being on my war zone, doing my radio show. And, I just don't know if my heart is into that anymore because I'm not playing politics. I'm just not. I'm just being honest with y'all. It's common sense. I'm not doing it. So, I agree with Aisha. She says that, yep, no one should stop counting. They need to be going 24 hours.
Now our people.
Cheating, man.
Our people. Come on, we're talking about Georgia there. I got to go get my chicken and then go take my medicine. You know how we do. We got to take some time. We don't need the overtime.
I tell you what, man, where we at right now, I say let's let it go. Let's see what happens. And we come back tomorrow and we talk about it.
Let's do it. Like I said,
we did our due diligence tonight. And I think that when it's all said and done, whatever's got to happen is going to happen regardless.
Absolutely, you guys. So we're about to get out of here. This is a record 4.5 hours and counting. Yeah, so if you guys, if Gary put the Cash App up, Warzone Show, and every little bit helps and contributing to Black media. So we are able to continue bringing the information, the entertainment, and everything else in between, right? And so in my final words, it's simply, let's wait and see. Maybe tomorrow we'll have a winner. We'll know what's going on. And so may your candidate win. If that's what you're banking on, your candidate to win, may they win. For me, I don't have a dog in a fight, but, good luck.
Final words. I'm just gonna say this. Thanks to my 2 co-hosts. Again, the War Zone is above and beyond and ahead of everybody else. Not to throw it in anybody's face, but we gave you the numbers. We told you what was going to happen, what was likely to happen. Now we just got to see who's going to pin this out. And again, if Donald Trump does happen to win this, the world is not going to come to an end. You're still going to get up, go to work, or do what you got to do, and you just move forward. What we need to do, as we've been saying, is start making the Democratic Party, if that's what you're going to stay with, listen to who we want to represent us and stop nominating these terrible ass candidates that nobody really wanted. So again, we'll pick up the show again tomorrow, and it's going to be great. Like I said, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, mend those fences with your family and friends. 30-year friendships I've seen busted up. It ain't worth it. These 2 people here ain't worth friendships and family being busted up because neither of these parties give a damn about you.
Take the L's tonight, man. Go get you some rest. Think about it for 4 years. Come back, do it again. But thank y'all for tuning in, and thank my co-host, because yeah, this is a record here. We went hard in the paint, and I think this was far better than sitting there watching CNN. I think it was better. Thanks to Damian Thaddeus Jones for taking time out to come and hang out with us, man, because we wanted to do something different, and that's what sets the war zone apart from everybody else. Man. That's what sets us apart from everybody else. Hold on, I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know where you came from, but that ain't what I want. Hold on a second, man, because we got to do this the right way, man. Y'all feel me? Say 4.5 hours, man. That's why we the best in the business, man. I want to thank my co-host, my man Donovan Sadiq, the queen, Demetra K, our brother in the struggle, Damian Thaddeus Jones, and I am the 5-star general. We're going to finish this tomorrow because I got a strange feeling Trump going to finish this tonight. Until tomorrow, man, we'll holler at you.